Unbelievable. Unbelievable that these people come in here asking for the meat they have in my freezer, and then I say come and get it, and I get it out the freezer and they walk away. Just messing with my time, just interfering, not actually being legit. What's in the green bowl? It's just water with some ash and charcoal. It's for scrying purposes. We're not doing tarot readings today, Chital. And now what? They're back again. They can't make up their minds. Sorry guys, I'm gonna have to leave the stream again because, yeah, my neighbors just have zero amount of respect. You're welcome to get a Blackwater scrying session. If you stick around, we can do some scrying for you. Huh, am I okay? Thank you very much for asking. I'm okay. I think everyone's a little down at the moment. There's a lot going on. February was a hard month for just about everyone. I'm okay though. Just one day at a time. Maybe it's because this is my first cup of coffee in like a week. Maybe once I've had my coffee, then I'll be my bubbly self again. Yeah, and thank you for asking, and thanks for joining. I hope you're doing okay, Chris. Hope you're good. How was your February? I didn't hear much from you in February. Saw a couple of posts, but not much activity. How the hell did I do that? I didn't have any choice. Didn't have any choice. Yeah, the first 2 days after the coffee ran out, I had some black tea. So, yeah. At least there was some caffeine. But after the second day, there were only like 3 black tea bags I discovered. So after like the second day, there was no more black tea, no more caffeine. But this is going to be my first cup of coffee in a week, and it's probably also going to be my last for the rest of March. Maybe I'll have 1 or 2 cups of coffee in March. Sorry, I've been busy with my son and helping locals, DJs, get things sorted out for the music event in 10 days. Yo, no stress, you don't have to apologize to me. Oh man, it's like dessert in a mug. But yeah, the migraines from the coffee withdrawal is not lacquer, it's not fun. And for that reason I'd like to drink less of it in general. So I don't plan to buy coffee in March or in April. I plan to buy cocoa and tea instead. Yeah, thank you very much for popping by and checking in on me and letting me know you're all good. Much appreciated. You know, migraines don't happen to me very often. Like when the weather is deathly hot and it's like 48 degrees, 44 degrees, that's when I'll get migraines. Otherwise, caffeine withdrawal, not having coffee for a day, and then the next day it will be migraines. You must get your missus to give you some head massages when you're having a migraine. That really helps me. Some head massages and breathing. Yeah, really helps. Yeah, I guess burnout would do it too. And then that's interesting. When there's a bad storm coming, do you mean like an emotional storm or a physical weather storm? So the atmospheric pressure drop affects you like that. It gives you migraines. That's pretty heavy. Since this war broke out in Russia and Ukraine, my stream has been dead empty. I get you. When an actual storm is on the way, then and you want no one near you. Yeah, I get that too. Well, you could try giving yourself a head massage and see if what I find is it'll alleviate it for like seconds, and those brief few seconds where there's a bit of respite is what makes the biggest difference. But yeah, they get so bad that you like can't even open your eyes and look, can't see anything. But that's crazy. I've never heard of anybody. Well, maybe I have heard of it, but I've never, like, I don't know anybody who suffers like that because of storms. Yeah, those few seconds allow me to like continue living and make sure I'm not dropping any responsibilities. Hey Nina, welcome, nice to have you here. Glad to see that someone else has joined the chat. It's been quiet these last 10 minutes, the last 15 minutes. We were just talking about migraines, when we get them and what we do about it and what causes them. Chris was saying that storms, when there's a storm on the horizon, storm brewing, then it gets migraines. Or otherwise just burnout, you know, from working, not sleeping enough, not getting enough to eat, whatever burnout does entail. For me it's like caffeine withdrawal. If I don't get coffee, then I'll have migraines, but that's only for the first day after I run out of coffee. Other than that, what creates the migraines for me? Burnout does it. And to answer your other question, how am I doing? I'm doing okay. Today is a particularly good day. The last few days have been absolutely terrible. Chris was saying I'm not my usual bubbly self. So, yeah, I did get up, and the first thing I did was like 30 minutes of meditation, maybe more. I didn't really time it. Could have been hours. So the weather also causes your migraines. Sorry to hear that. It's really strange. You guys are like the only two people that I know who get migraines from the weather. I also get migraines from the weather, but only when the temperature is like 45 degrees Celsius. The cold doesn't do it, the storms don't do it. Only that intense, humid heat that we get here. Orgasm migraines. So like, sex gives her headaches. Yikes. That's difficult. Some things that are coming to mind is hydration. How's her hydration and her salt levels? Because that would make sense, you know, physical exertion can lead to migraines if you're not well hydrated. Hey Marine, welcome to the chat. Nina says she gets lightheaded while orgasming. I get Shakti deposits. I get like ecstatic buzzing all over my body. I get that ecstatic buzzing from a whole bunch of things actually. When I make music, I get that ecstatic buzzing. When I dance, I get that ecstatic buzzing. If I get burned, like if there's flames, if I touch something hot, I get that ecstatic buzzing. If I come, I get that ecstatic buzzing. If I meditate for long enough, I get that ecstatic buzzing. It wasn't always like that. I don't really know what the shifting point was, but at some point things started turning into ecstasy, I guess. Nice. What does it look like now? I've never seen your altar. It's really cool to hear that you have one. My altar pretty much stays the same. This crystal here is a root chakra enchantment. It's designed to balance and heal the root. This one here is a sacral chakra enchantment. I have a one for the Manipura solar plexus as well, but it's still charging. I'll only bring it onto the altar once I've finished this one. And basically I don't create the enchantment until I've gone through all of the work. So once I feel the energy has moved to the next center, then I create the enchantment for the one below. So the root chakra stone stayed underneath. I mean, this is one of my altars. There's another one in the forest temple, which is about a 5-minute hike from here. So it lives under the altar. The stones, the enchanted stones, live there until I have moved to the next chakra. Then I bring it inside. So Chris says his girlfriend gets migraines from orgasms and he gets itchy from orgasms. This is crazy, you know. This seems to be linked to something else, something in the energy body, because it's not normal. You don't have to live that way. There's something in the energy body that's not operating properly, something with the sacral. I guess for me, when I started experiencing the ecstasy was when I began this journey of creating these enchanted stones to represent each. Okay, it began a little bit before that, but really when everything started to turn into ecstasy, pleasure and pain alike, was when I started with that journey. Nina says you got lots of jars and herbs and crystals and divination tools on your altar. Nice. Chris said it only started happening in the last year. And her migraines, that also only started happening in the last year. Well, Chris, I'm here to offer energy healing today. So, Bara Viko Net Gem. No, Net M Jota. Bara Viko Net M Jota. Speak the enchantment and you can receive the healing currents that I summoned today. But in the meantime, just bring your attention to the place like just below your belly button and imagine that there is energy there. And then consider the things that you're ashamed of and the things that cause you doubt and how that impacts your life. Consider your creativity. Like, how creative are you? Are you able to engage your creativity and be creative? Do you have any creative projects that you work with? If not, take a look at that and ask yourself why. Also consider the things that arouse you and what triggers the arousal, and when you do get aroused, are there things, thoughts or experiences that can derail your arousal and make you feel like you've been dropped, like that sexual tension has been dropped. Bringing your attention to what those things are, contemplate them, because they are rooted in something, they're rooted in an experience. If there are thoughts that come in that are derailing your sexual energy, it's rooted in something that's happened that created a wound there. Things like shame and doubt infect those wounds. So consider the things that you're ashamed of and try and find the root of that shame. Consider what brings up like thoughts of self-doubt and consider the root of those doubts. And then ways to start healing your sexual energy center and your creative energy center is literally to start doing creative things. If you're not already, pick up a creative project. It might be really difficult. Just do something creative. It doesn't matter if your art is magnificent or not. All art is magnificent in my opinion, but opinions are pretty useless. The point is that the more that you exercise your creative potential, the more this will grow. There's a direct link between sexual energy and creative energy. So yeah, that would be the first step that I encourage you to do. Ashamed of your teeth. Ashamed of your mother. So the key to transmuting shame is acceptance. To accept that your teeth are the way they are. To accept that your mother is who she is. It doesn't immediately abolish the shame, but to accept it and say, I accept this as it is. And just, it is. I accept that, that's me. This is my mother. These are my teeth. I'm grateful that I still have teeth. I'm grateful that there was a mother archetype in my life. Even if she wasn't healthy, even if she hurt me, I'm grateful that I had a mother. It's okay, Chris. It doesn't matter if you believe. Nina says, I got a little stir in my thoughts when it comes to my ability to influence people by my energy field. I can feel their emotions and sensations in my physical body. What is it? Well, I'd call that empathy, Nina. Chris says, your kind words and the way you put them make sense and they are gentle. Thank you for your recognition. So, to expand on the idea of empathy, you can start developing it by choosing to put yourself in someone else's shoes and imagine what their perspective might be. It can be easy to become like completely absorbed with your own emotional experience and forget that other people around you have their own emotional experience and are impacted by your emotional experience. But yeah, it starts by taking the moment to step into their shoes and say, okay, maybe they're feeling something, maybe I'm influencing them negatively. What might they be feeling based on these variables in the environment? And it develops from there, and it becomes easier, and then you start to do it automatically. That's also empathy, Nina. You're saying you can somehow control their physical feelings and feel what you did. That is part of empathy. Once you've developed your empathy to a certain point, you can not only feel what others are feeling, but you can also cause them to feel what you're feeling. It's something that is actually quite a dangerous tool. Like, I have been in various situations where I've deliberately projected what I'm feeling onto somebody else. Now, I've come to the conclusion that this should only be used as a weapon of self-defense. Like, if somebody is threatening you and you're feeling afraid, then you can project that fear onto them. Let them feel what you're feeling. So there are certain instances where someone has crossed my boundaries while living in my space, and I've expressed to them, hey, this is not okay, and then they start justifying themselves, and then in like a moment of spite and resentment, then I just put my pain onto them. And so this individual that I'm referencing, I'm not going to mention any names, but this individual I'm referencing wasn't able to hold what I was holding at that point, and he literally had a panic attack on the spot. So there is a level of compassion that we need to exercise when you have that ability. So yeah, I realized I didn't have to do that. I could have just made it impossible for him to continue crossing the boundary. It wasn't a big one. It was something that I could have just made it impossible for him to cross it again. Instead, yeah, I gave him more than he could carry, and it just struck me that empathy is actually can be used as a weapon, and not only as it's not only a love and light thing. It can actually hurt people. If you're feeling things that are painful and you're feeling things that are low vibes and you put that on someone else, you can actually do a lot more damage. Like, you might be able to walk around with a lot more pain than someone else can walk around with, and then you project that and they end up suicidal and kill themselves. But tell me more, Nina. Tell me about what experiments you've done, or what has happened that has made you aware that you can transfer feelings like this. Like, what event took place that you realized this was going on? Because for me, that was the first, well, not necessarily the first. I knew it was possible. It was something I did as part of witchcraft. When casting spells, enchantments, that transferring feelings is a big part of it. Like love spells, and you summon up what you're feeling. Like, if somebody wants their partner back, they feel like they've been betrayed, then to transfer that betrayal onto the betrayer, so they feel the amount of hurt they caused, and then to transfer the love that that person has as well, so they can feel it too, and it connects them, and lust as well, bringing in arousal and sexual tension and transferring it between the two to bring them back together. Chris says, some people need to hear the truth. I'd rather someone tell me something than beat around the bush. I'm a straightforward person. I feel the same. I don't like it when people beat around the bush. I'm pretty straightforward. There is this shadow in me that comes out when I am straightforward, and then a person justifies themselves or they refuse to take responsibility. That does stir up it does stir up a sense of vengeance and hatred that is rooted somewhere here. So this is the reason that I haven't moved from the from the solar plexus into the heart yet. It's because I'm still dealing with this shadow of vengeance. Nina says, I went online on the site where you can see people on video chat, and one dude just looked at me and said what I've done to him, and I only was looking at him, no word said. He was gazing so hard into me. That's crazy. Pretty cool though. It's pretty cool. And what was going on in your mind? What were you like feeling things? Were you imagining doing things? So, I don't know if you're familiar with quantum entanglement. It's part of like quantum theory. And basically, quantum entanglement means that when two quantum particles are created at the same time, right? So a particle of light is a quantum particle. So if two identical particles of light are created at exactly the same time, they are quantumly entangled. So then it doesn't matter how much distance there is between them, anything that happens to the one particle will simultaneously happen to the other one, and vice versa. And this is quantum entanglement. So quantum entanglement applies to, like, if you're looking at a person, the image that you're creating in your mind is happening at the same time as that person is in front of you. So those two images are quantumly entangled. So whatever you do to this image, whatever you project to this image in your mind, also gets projected to the actual subject. And this is kind of how voodoo works. You create a doll of a person, so that image is now quantumly entangled with the person. And then any emotion or any energy that you put into the doll simultaneously affects the person. That is like the foundation of what voodoo is based on. Chris says, as these women, example, my missus and I help people with problems, and when they don't take the advice and come back to us, say, wish I listened. I just say how it is. Okay, I think I understand what you're saying. As these women, my missus helps take advantage of her. My missus takes advantage of her. Sometimes, as she has a good heart, and can be too nice, as she wants to help everyone, which in reality it can't be done. But it is a good place to be in, you know. A good prayer is like, keep my heart soft enough that it can keep breaking, instead of turning hard and cold and not wanting to help everybody, to keep that spark of hope in you that you can help. And then another thing that I'd like to just mention is that when you give and when you do something to help another, there shouldn't be an expectation attached to it. Like, if you're helping somebody and you're expecting them to be grateful for it, then it's not coming from the right place. You should be helping them for the sake of helping them, not really being attached to whether they are grateful for it or not. Hey Vic, welcome back, and welcome Exclaim. I'm doing okay. As the day goes by, I'm feeling more and more... What's the word that I was about to say? Magnificent? Fantastic. There we go. As the day goes on, I'm feeling more and more fantastic. So Nina, something that I find that empathy to be really useful for is when people are self-justifying, or when people are crossing boundaries, people that I live with, or when they're not taking responsibility, then to let them see themselves. Yeah, to see themselves. That's like where the key is. That's what I find it to be most useful for. If you can project what you want people to feel, then let them feel what they are doing. Let them see themselves. Let them see their lack of responsibility. Let them understand why they're behaving the way they're behaving. So I have made the mistake of letting them feel what they're causing me to feel, but those feelings that I'm feeling on my own, my triggers are my own responsibility. So rather, instead of making them feel what they're making me feel, because it's not actually their responsibility, to let them see why they're behaving the way they're behaving. And that, yeah, I find that creates an immediate shift in the space, an immediate shift in how they're behaving. Immediately they start taking more responsibility. Immediately the things that they were doing, they suddenly stop doing. Or sometimes they break down and cry, and they like self-pity, like, oh, woe is me, I'm such a bad person, look what I've been doing. And then they expect attention for it. But yeah, I don't really know how to help those people. Well, you're in the right place, Nina. We're bouncing back and forth. You're telling me things, and I'm telling you about what I've experienced with similar things, how I apply it. Chris says responsibility is such a great word. More people need to learn this word. I agree. I definitely agree with that. Self-responsibility. You know, a lot of people are very keen to people please and very keen to say yes, they'll do this for someone else. But if you can't first take responsibility for yourself, then to accept other people's responsibility is going to do more harm, because you're more likely to drop their responsibility than if they had just held it for themselves. So keep that in mind. Yeah, I'm not saying that to anyone specifically. It's just something I've noticed within myself in the past, and something I've noticed in other people who have interacted with me and come through my space here. Exclaim says, with great power comes great responsibility. Yes. Nina says, how can I know that I'm having a rare ability? So, Nina, no one really has a rare ability. Anything that you're capable of, the next person is also technically capable of, but your standpoint on that ability is unique. Like your life circumstances are unique, so you develop in certain aspects of your abilities and of your being differently to the way someone else would. But if they had to deliberately try and accomplish what you're capable of, they would be able to. Yeah, so there isn't really rareness, there's just degrees of study. Like anyone is capable of playing music. Some people are master magicians because they've been doing it since they were kids. Others are only taking it up in their 30s. So you see what I'm saying. Your ability is not rare when it comes to human beings, but how much you've progressed within it. Yeah. Something I'd like to say on that topic is, don't compare yourself to others. Compare yourself to yourself. Compare yourself to who you were yesterday. Say, am I making an effort to grow and be better and more than I was yesterday? And don't worry about what others are doing, because then there are going to be moments where you feel empowered because there are other people who know less than you, and there are moments where you're going to feel inferior as you encounter people who know more than you. So it's better just to compare yourself only against yourself and not against others. So what is not really common, Nina? Let's list some things. Maybe you can give me some examples. I will also give some examples. So for me, something I don't think is very common is psionics. So the ability to like manipulate a candle flame, or levitate a dice, let's just say, or manipulate the weather, etc. You know, elemental kinetics. I think those things are quite rare. I mean, I feel like all of these evolved abilities are quite rare, like psychics, being able to remote view, being able to travel outside of your body and view other locations in real time. The abilities like what I have to look into the scrying bowl and see visions. The ability to read minds or get little thoughts. These things are quite rare, but in the grand scheme of things, they are more psychics than they are elemental manipulators. Nina says, I can move candle fire. It's dancing with my hand. When I snap it flickers. Nice. I've only had success with that a few times. I've spent months practicing moving it with only like rare occasions of success. So where I had success was under the invocation of Lilith. I don't know if you're familiar with Lilith, but yeah, I spent a long time trying to practice manipulating the candle flame, and I wasn't really seeing much success. And then one day I did an invocation of Lilith. It wasn't my first try, and then during the invocation I felt like this presence come on to me, and I spoke to the candle and I said, behold the power of God, and I just like started manipulating the candle flame, and I realized that wasn't me, or it was, but through the invocation I was only able to tap into that for a brief moment. And then in 2018 there was a huge fire here, the Neisner fires. The fire came right through this valley, or along the edge of it, and I spent the whole day fighting the fire. It was the 31st of October, so in the southern hemisphere that's Beltane, and despite the fires I still had a Beltane ceremony planned. So I came home and I started my Beltane ceremony, and then I began to pour out Shakti energy into the fire and swirl it like a whirlwind, trying to create like a whirlwind in the fire. And I did this for a long time, but eventually it started to correspond, and it got faster, and it started to like turn into like this miniature fire tornado. And I've never been able to repeat that or recreate that effect, but I feel it's directly linked to the fact that I spent that entire day literally in a huge ass fire fighting it. So in hindsight, I reckon if you connect with the element, if you spend some time in meditative connection with it, then it's easier, it's more likely to be successful when you actually apply it. But it's really cool that you can move the candle fire. Can you do that at like any time? Is it something that's just like comes easy to you? If I remember correctly, you are a Sagittarius, which is interesting. I am also Sagittarius. Exclaim says, to Nina, if people tell it to you, then you have something special. A special ability will seem normal to you and not to others, but it doesn't mean you are worth more than someone else. It's just a different currency, a bit like euro and dollar. It's not the same thing, but we both have value. That's cool. I like that explanation. Exclaim. Chris says, I had to learn self-responsibility from a young age, seeing as I lived on the street for a year, and with my mum and stepdad beating me when I was younger, so I had to grow up quickly. Yeah, I can imagine. For me, I felt like I had to suddenly grow up and become responsible, and not only self-responsible, but responsible for my family and my siblings when my dad left. So he didn't leave my mother, but he left to go and work. His work required that he travel a lot, and it was the first time that happened, and I was like maybe 10 years old. So then he left, and this farm suddenly was my sole responsibility. All of the animals, all of its maintenance, all the plants, crops, trees, everything was suddenly my responsibility solely. As my mother was still working, I mean not full time, she's a beautician and a nail tech, but she wasn't working full time. But anyway, yeah, like the farm became my responsibility, and the house was her responsibility, and my sister would help her. Yeah, I just felt like suddenly everything that my dad was holding was suddenly my responsibility. And yeah, it was very heavy, and yeah. But I definitely felt like I had to grow up very quickly. I didn't have any space to be young or impressionable anymore. Nina says, dermo-optical perception, the ability to perceive unusual sensory stimuli through one's own skin. I think I experienced that. Chris says, I ran away from home when I was 16 and 2 years later I met my partner and we've been together ever since. 26 years. She brings the best out of me. That's really beautiful. Wishing you another 26 and many more. But you can take a sense of pride in your background, Chris. You can take a sense of pride in the fact that you grew up so quickly and that you have had to evolve. You know, there's a founding principle that Satanism is based on, and that is that adversity grows you. Adversity causes you to tap into your potential and evolve. So, literally, Chris, that's what happened to you. You had adversity in your childhood, and as a result, you evolved and you became responsible and you became strong. And then, Nina, I've never heard of dermo-optical perception, the ability to perceive unusual sensory stimuli on one's own skin. Tell me more about that. Vic says, will there be a greater energy shift for me anytime soon? I definitely need to meditate more for sure. I feel like I need to explore healing modalities like Reiki. Cool. I will look into the scrying ball for you and see what I see. We're not doing tarot today, but we are doing divination, so I'll see what the scrying waters reveal. Basically, I see visions in the surface of this ball, and I interpret them as if I was interpreting a dream. Exclaim says, I'm a Virgo. In my native language, I always do a play of words because Virgo equals Vierge in French, but Vierge equals virgin also. What a shock. I'll be a virgin all my life. Interestingly, Virgo's symbol, Virgo is a woman, and the virgin archetype, you know, like the princess archetype. We say the virgin, the mother, and the crone. We don't mean that she's actually a virgin as in never had sex, but we mean moving from that stage of being a young, immature woman into that early adulthood period of like, I want this and I'm going to make it happen and I'm going to stand up for my rights. Feminism energy, basically. That's the virgin archetype. So Virgo is the virgin archetype. And then you say in French, Virgo is virgin, so it's very synchronous. Nina says, ability to influence people by my energy field. I can feel their emotions and sensations in my own physical body, basically that dermo-optical perception. So dermo would mean skin, surface level. So what I'm imagining here when it comes to, you're saying being able to perceive, by the definition of that, of dermo-optical perception, that's being able to perceive things in your skin. So if I grab my arm, basically, if someone grabs my arm, would you be able to feel as if there was something on your arm? Because that by its verbal and its literal definition, that is dermo-optical perception. You're welcome, Exclaim. I hope I wasn't mansplaining to you. I hope it was new valuable information. That's crazy, Nina. That is absolutely crazy. I have experienced what feels like a multitude of bugs crawling on me in some of my lowest moments. I've experienced that, but I can simultaneously see the bugs, like they're not actually on my skin, but I can see them and I can feel them. The doctors call it schizophrenia. Open a gateway, Lord of Chaos, Lord Set. Open a gateway in the sea, so that I may observe Victoria, Vic's reality. Show me what shifts are coming her way. I'm gonna be back into the chat now, guys. So the first thing that I see in the scrying waters for you, Vic, is 3 doors. There is like a dark tunnel, and like an open mouth with the outer door. It's like a tunnel. There seems to be, it looks kind of like a church, but not really. It's almost like a cathedral carved into a mountain. So there's this opening, this tunnel in the center, and next to the tunnel are 2 wooden doors, 2 large wooden doors on the left and the right of the tunnel. I see someone laying face down on a computer, as if they were like sitting at a desk and then they passed out with their face on the keyboard. Remember these images, sometimes I don't. I see the face of an owl, and the longer I look, it's almost like it's like a camera zooming out, starting on its face, and seeing more of it. It's looking around, looking left and looking right. And I see, I don't know if you've ever seen those carved African masks. They're like those big long wooden masks. So I see a person wearing a mask like this, holding a knife and fork in their hands, and there's a plate in front of them, like they're about to eat whatever's on the plate. So as I interpret these images for you, Vic, I'm going to have a look at your question again. So the first image with the tunnel and the 2 doors. This is kind of saying that there were 3 opportunities that you could choose from. One of them was scary. One of them was dark and unknown, like to go into it meant to step into the unknown, take a quantum leap of faith. The other 2 were doors into like religious institutions, into, it kind of looks like left hand and right hand path options. So the darkness, the tunnel being left hand path where you make your own way, you find what's right for you, you walk in the dark somewhere that no one else has walked before. And then the other options are right hand path options, where basically you follow the teachings of someone else. So there were these 2 doors for you, and there was this dark left-hand path. But now these 2 doors are shut, and the only option you have left is this dark tunnel. So you're nervous to step into it because of the darkness, but you waited there contemplating which option to take until the doors of opportunity on the right-hand path. So things like Christianity, things like Wicca, things, anywhere where you're following the teachings of masters that came before, that is right hand path. And then left hand path is when you follow your own path and you try by trial and error you figure out what you're doing and what's right and what works. So that's the dark tunnel, and that's the only option you have left, is to step out on your own and figure things out through trial and error. Make your own way, follow a path that no one else has walked. Where there are no teachings, you have to figure it out for yourself and be your own light. The second image that I saw was someone passed out on their desk. So this is talking to me about like work, the computer, the desk, that's work. Work taking so much energy out of you that you are exhausted, that you almost like pass out in the act of working. And this is the reason that these two doors have shut on you, is because of how much energy work and work responsibilities are taking. They didn't give you the space to step out after those other opportunities of right hand path teachings, Reiki for example. You had those opportunities there, but because of all of the time and energy that was being consumed by your work life, those opportunities passed you by, the doors shut on them. Then the next thing I saw was the owl. So that is what you've become. Well, this is what you always were. Your spirit guide is the owl, as I'm understanding. The owl is the winged predator of darkness. So the owl flies around at night, it can see at night, and it hunts at night, it hunts in the dark. Very much synchronous with your first image, which is the tunnel into the darkness with the two doors shut. So now you have only that tunnel as an option. You've had to embody the night owl, you've had to become it. So that's what your energy shift is. You're asking, will there be greater energy shifts for you? That's the energy shift of you becoming the winged predator of darkness, of you becoming the owl, that symbol of self-wisdom and self-empowerment, hunting things that are dangerous, hunting snakes, hunting rats. Being the supreme predator of the night, basically. And that's the shift. You're going to become that. The owl is still looking left and right. The owl is still looking at these two doors, hoping that somehow they're going to open. But the truth is you only have one option, and that's to go into the dark and be the night predator, the night hunter. So take flight, night bird, take flight. And the last image that I saw was the mask. So this big mask, it talks about falseness, putting on a face, putting on a mask. It's not really true. And this mask is an image of you having enough, of you having everything that you desire, that you are consuming of life's greatest luxuries and treasures. So this is something that you portray when you meet new people. You make it seem like you've got everything in order and you're perfectly fine. And that your job and your work and your lifestyle gives you room to partake in whatever it is that you wish to partake, but that's a mask. It's not actually the truth. So that last image was there just to make you aware of that is not necessary. You can be more authentic. We all wear masks, but you can be more authentic. If you are struggling, if you feel like work is overwhelming you, like we saw with the guy passed out on the laptop, you can talk about it. You don't have to pretend like you're coping. You can talk about your stresses. If people are asking you how you're doing, you can be honest. Also, being more authentic with your social or online presence. Instead of posting pictures of you having this amazing life that's actually a mask, you can post more about the things that you're doing daily to improve your life, so people can see your life isn't perfect, but you are productive and you are making efforts to bring about changes, and you're following your own path and you're learning things and you're sharing that wisdom as you go. Basically, that last image there is to say another part of your shift is to start being more authentic and letting that mask fall. And that's what I'm getting from the scrying waters for you. Exclaim says, weird thing I can do is determine the power animal of people I meet. That's interesting. Can you tell the spirit animal of me, for instance? Exclaim. Can you see through the camera and tap my energy and divine my spirit animal? You're welcome, Vic. Exclaim has gone off to go and give a math course. Have a nice day, says Exclaim. Cool, so I'll ask you that question next time that I see you. Thank you for joining, much appreciation. I'll see you again soon. Welcome, Rashmia. And then Nina says, could you see through the scrying water what my future partner and when? Any details would be appreciated, thank you. So Rashmia, we're not doing tarot readings today, but I can look into the scrying waters for you. So I wanted to say to you guys, before I do your scrying session, Nina, I wanted to say the way that what I offer here should be utilized is once a month you should come to a stream like this for all of the offerings that I'm giving. So you look into the scrying waters, you find something that you need to see that you weren't aware of before, and then you choose what you want to manifest, and we cast a spell to make that happen. And then lastly, you do some energy work on whatever it is that you need to overcome, whatever resistances need to be broken, whatever ailments you're struggling with, to help heal that so you can make breakthroughs. And that you should do once a month. And then you should come in for a tarot reading once a week, just to check in on your progress that you've been making, make you aware of things that you've slipped up on or dropped, and what you could be doing better, the progress on your manifestation, how that spell is affecting reality, etc. Yeah, that's how it should work. There should be this once a month where you come for something like this, for this large scale organizing and structuring of your month, and then once a week check-ins with the tarot. That's how you would get the most value out of this. People who come in for every stream asking the same question are not really receiving the value that's here to be given. And Milton says, I've heard when someone pointed out the existence of the Uncanny Valley effect implies that at some point in human evolution there were reasons to be afraid of something that looks human that wasn't. It's not the first time I've heard that. Welcome back, by the way, Milton. Nice to see you again. It's not the first time I've heard of this Uncanny Valley effect, and yeah, bringing attention to this idea that there was a reason to be afraid of something that looks human but isn't. I've heard of it, but the details seem fuzzy. Like, what is the Uncanny Valley effect? I mean, I've got some ideas. It's like looking into a mirror for too long and it gets like a weird kind of distortion and it can be frightful. But expand on it, please, Milton, so we can like bounce the idea a little bit more. Had to abbreviate the meme. There wasn't enough room. When you're texting, you should have plenty of room. But yeah, please expand on the Uncanny Valley effect so we can bounce it a little bit. I'd love to bounce that topic a bit. In the meantime, I'm going to have a look into the scrying bowl and see what I can see regarding Nina's future partner, which, if I must be perfectly honest, is quite boring for me to look into the scrying waters for people's partners and love lives and shit like that. It's very boring for me, but anyway. Let's open a pathway to Nina's future relationships and love life. I didn't roll the dice for you, Vic, but it's all good. I'm gonna roll the dice for Nina. So the first thing that I saw was like, it looked like the figure of a man, but it had 8 legs like a spider and like jaws like a spider. I see 2 ghostly figures. They're like robed, they have robes on, golden robes, and they're standing on 2 ends of a corridor, and this corridor goes far into the distance, like infinitely into the distance, and there are lights on the roof of this corridor, but it's a very high ceiling, and the lights are just infinite into the distance. And there are these 2 sentinels, golden robed sentinels, standing on either side of the corridor. Please remember these images in case I forget them. I see a courtyard, like a ruined courtyard. There's like an archway that leads out of the courtyard, but my perspective is from inside the courtyard, and there are these like big ancient trees with vines hanging from them, and there's debris all over the ground. Lots of vines and shrubbery. Looks very unkept. I see the silhouette of a person standing in front of a house. The house is like a kiddie's drawing, kind of looks like a kiddie's drawing, like triangular roof, walls, door, windows, and then there's like this silhouette black figure standing in front of the house. They seem to be much closer to my perspective, to where my viewing point, than the house is, or otherwise the house is really small, because they're standing about as tall as the house. So, interpreting these images as I've seen them, the first one with the spider, that is talking about you, Nina. It is your energy. You are like a hunting spider, like a female hunting spider. You go out and you hunt for prey and you eat it. Prey being partners. You also devour your partner, your male partner, once you have had intercourse with them. You devour them. So these are some symbols. Basically what it is saying to me is that you go out and you find a partner and everything is fine until you start being sexually intimate, and then you start to turn vengeful towards them. You start using your tongue and your mouth to destroy them and hurt them. What was the second image that I saw? The corridor with the Golden Sentinels. So this corridor is a place in between realities. There are doorways that go off of the corridor. As long as you are in the corridor, no possible future is manifesting. You're staying in that loop of getting nowhere, stagnating forever. You have to choose a door. You have to choose an outcome, a direction. You have to visualize your outcome and then start taking actions to get there, because as long as there's infinite potential, nothing manifests. Only once you limit the potential to a single outcome, then it begins to manifest, and that becomes your possible future. The Golden Sentinels are talking to me just about your spirit guides, that they are with you. It's almost like they are indicating to you which outcomes to choose, which outcomes will be most authentic to you, which doorways to take out of the corridor. There's one to go left, there's one to go right. They're saying you can go in either of these directions, but choose one of these two doors. Don't choose one of the empty doors, choose one of these two, because this is where you'll find fulfillment. So if there are things that you are feeling nudged towards, those are the things that you should be working towards. Those are the outcomes. Pick one of them and go for it. The next image that I saw was a courtyard, being inside a ruined courtyard. So this is you. This is the garden of your soul. It's saying that the garden of your soul has been neglected. It has grown, it is overgrown. There are vines that are killing the healthy plants, the fruit trees. The seeds that you planted are being strangled up by vines and weeds due to negligence of self-work and the self-healing process. It's beautiful as it is, and you can let it go wild, but you will lose the things that you planted there. The things you wanted to nourish and grow in yourself, and the abilities you wanted to develop, will be strangled by weeds and the wild pioneers. So either go back to that, de-weed, look for traumas, look for shadows, pull them out at their roots. Fear and shame and guilt and pride, resentment and justification, delusion, root them all out, and water and nourish the seeds that you want to develop, whatever those might be. Productivity, power. Power is an illusion. Authority, clarity and discernment, foresight. Plant the seeds that you want to see growing and nourish the ones that you have planted, or otherwise the garden's going to go wild and you're going to lose all the things that you have worked on in the past. The investments into yourself that you have made, you risk losing if you don't work on yourself. It's also saying that this is instrumental to finding a healthy relationship, because the next image that we see is the house. So that's your picture of a relationship. The house, security, safety. So that's the relationship you're hoping for or you want ideally, and that picture is put at risk again by the negligence in itself. If you are working on yourself and developing the seeds that you've planted, you will attract other people who are doing the same thing. If you allow the garden to go wild and all of your investments to be strangled, you're going to attract people who are on that same frequency, and it's going to be a very wild and untamed relationship. Very much like the spider, you going out, finding a partner, that being okay until it gets intimate, and then suddenly things start going haywire and end up splitting. So that cycle will repeat, walking through that corridor endlessly, stagnating in the same spiral. Alternatively, you can clear the garden, work on yourself, and as a result find that perfect picture of relationship and home life. Hey Sagar, welcome. Nice to have a new name and a new face in the chat. Sagar Hydra. Oh, I didn't interpret your die cost yet, Nina. I'll do that for you. So, the numbers on your die cost add up to 12. So it's very much tied to that garden, that overgrown courtyard. It's saying that this has happened because you saw the weeds growing. You saw these challenges and this adversity and these difficulties coming up, and you realized that you would have to take action against it, or you'd have to take action to preserve the things that you have been developing within yourself, but that seemed like too much. It seemed like too much effort, too much work, so you neglected to take action there. 12 is about engaging your potential in order to overcome challenges and make breakthroughs, but instead of engaging that potential, you've just been slowly allowing the weeds to get worse, basically increasing the amount of work it'll take in order to clear out the garden. Where are my runestones? I'm going to pick a runestone to get another perspective on your die. And we have Firestone. So, what new perspective does that give me? Adjustment. So what it's saying to me now is you have desires, like you want a certain kind of lifestyle, you want something specific from life, you're passionate about something, and to leave the garden to become overgrown will separate you from what you're passionate about and what you actually desire from life. So basically this new perspective I'm getting with the Firestone is saying there's a specific character that lives within your passion and has the things that you desire, a specific type of character, a specific type of person, and you did plant seeds in your soul garden, in the garden of your soul, that would bring you into that. And then you started to neglect it. So go back to those things, because nourishing those seeds, though it might take time, that'll cause a shift from you moving from where you currently are into who you desire to be, the kind of person that lives your dreams and lives doing what you're passionate about. So the new perspective I'm getting with the runestone is shifts, making the shift into what you desire, making the shift from the person that you are into the person that you need to be in order to live what you desire and have what you desire and be what you're passionate about. Welcome back, Exclaim. Weird situation, but I have a question to ask that came to my mind. Here it is. When I ask about people's power animal, the images are not clear. Is there something I can do to make them clearer? Maybe I'll have to watch your answer on the rediffusion, if it's okay with you. So earlier, Exclaim, when you were about to leave, I was asking, can you tap into my energy from where you are and see my spirit animal? Because I'd be very interested to hear what you have to say. But to get a clearer picture of what their spirit animal is, take more things into consideration. Like, you're relying solely on intuition, and that's great. Intuition is like an inner knowing, but you can also listen to what your emotion is saying, and you can also listen to your intellect. So watch their movements, watch the way that they speak, the way that they articulate, and yeah, you'll see some people move very reptilian, serpent-like, and other people move like elephant-like and stomping. So that can give you a little bit more of more clarification as to what their spirit animal is. It can help you affirm whether your intuition is correct or not. And Victoria says, tell us something about your life, if you will. Did you have any spiritual experiences as a child? How did you arrive at where you are at, and techniques such as water scrying? So Vic, I'd be glad to talk about myself a little bit. And you're saying, did you have something like a spiritual awakening or Kundalini awakening at some point? And your answer to that is yes, though I'd like to avoid these words. I like to avoid using the word Kundalini, really, especially in regards to myself, because everyone's got their own idea of what it is, and only those who have actually experienced something like it know what it's all about. But I will expand on that. You want to ask me, did I have any spiritual experiences as a child? I have been diagnosed with schizophrenia, and there were points in my life where I thought that schizophrenia was insanity. But as I've grown and aged, I've realized that it's actually those of us who are schizophrenic, we're living between realities, we're living between dimensions. So what we're seeing is happening on multiple different levels, and we get confused. We start to think the symbol is reality, because for us there is no difference. So they say we can't distinguish between what's real and what's imaginary, but that's not the case. What is actually happening is that there is no difference between reality and the symbols of reality. So we'll look at a situation and we will understand it symbolically, but that symbol that we're seeing is simultaneously reality. As much as reality is that symbol is also reality. So we can sometimes start to talk about reality as if it was the symbol, and that's where the craziness comes in. But the way this looks as a child is I would see strange things. The first thing that comes to mind is when I was a kid, I started to believe I was being hunted by a giant pig. The reason I had this experience is because I was standing in the dark. We were living in a caravan. My mom and dad and my sister and I, we were living in a caravan on someone else's farm. And the whole family was having like this big catering party or whatever. I don't remember what the occasion was, and I was standing alone in the dark on the farm, somewhere in the field, next to an old tractor. And I felt something grab me, and I pulled away from it, and I turned around to run, and I felt it grab me on my leg as well, and I kept running anyway. Later, while I was running, I saw this image, this symbol came to my mind of a giant pig. It looked like a regular wild pig, like a bush pig or a boar, but yeah, it looked kind of undead, and it was much bigger. It was terrifying, and I was having all kinds of visceral fear responses in my body, but I ran away from it. And later I looked at my leg in the light, and I saw I was bruised and scratched there as if something had actually grabbed me. And so I told my mother when she asked me what happened here. I said I was attacked by a force pig. I said I was only like 8 at the time. I said I was attacked by a force pig. She's like, what's that? I said it's like a giant bush pig with superpowers. And she was like, you're going crazy, you're telling lies, what actually happened? But for me, that's what happened. That was real. I didn't see what had attacked me physically, but I knew it was this giant undead pig, and I called it a force pig. That's the word that I used to define it. But it did have some kind of physical effect on my body and my physical environment. Later on, as we move forward, when I got my first phone and I was on social media for the first time, around about 11, there was one day when I was like zoning out and I was looking at the phone, and I saw this like skeletal face appear in the surface, in like the screen of the phone, and this like claw came out of the screen and stuck itself into my arm. Again, very terrifying. In hindsight, I look back and I realize it was because I had just been friend requested by a predator. Now at that point I didn't realize. I mean, I was always very careful when it came to social media, but yeah, requesting, like, making strange suggestions, asking if I touched myself, asking for pictures of strange things. It didn't take me very long to block this individual, but in that moment where I received the friend request, that's when I saw the skeletal deathly figure appear into the screen of the phone and then reach out. So even though it's like some kind of hallucination going on, what I'm seeing there is to do with, it's symbolically to do with things that are happening in the physical reality. And this is not, my visions as a child are not only negative. Still during that period of living in the caravan, sometimes in the evenings I would hear strange sounds, people yelling and like running around, and I would see it in my mind. They were hunters. They were these old school hunters with like musket one-shot rifles, and the valley here of all of these farms, it was a hunting grounds, and all these hunters were here hunting birds, turkeys and pheasants and other wild birds. But it gave me a sense of comfort, like this place had a purpose and these people were friendly and they were just trying to put food on the table, these hunters. And that was symbolic of what was going on. The people in this area, they were all living in like a state of, especially at that point, all the people that lived here were in like a place of poverty. So what they were doing, they were farming on their own land, and they were hunting, not with guns, but with snares and whatever it means they had at their disposal. They were farming and hunting in order to put food on their table, and they were all willing to share. It was a big community. So the symbol that I was seeing there, it did correspond with reality, and it was a positive symbol. When I was 11, again, I was baptized. My mother baptized me. When I went under the water to be baptized, I went unconscious immediately. Like, not actually, I was still conscious or seemingly conscious, but when I came out of the water, my mother said that I said to her, my skin is on fire. My skin is on fire. And that's all I was saying, and I was like trying to rub my skin, and I was burning, literally on fire, or so it would seem, for hours. But I don't remember any of that. I remember going under the water, and that's that. And then I remember the next day. I don't remember anything that happened in between that. I don't remember burning or saying those things. Exclaim, my name is Karin Joshua. Well, it's actually Joshua Karin, but I turn it the other way around. I like it like that. Yeah. So you do actually have my name. Well, actually you're on Twitch, that's Kerr. It's not the same on Twitch. Earlier I was talking about having an experience of animals like bugs crawling all over me and being able to see it. So after that experience, I began to get very much more serious about ceremonial magic, because I wanted more protection. I wanted to be able to protect myself from these weird creatures like the skeleton face and the force pig and whatever other interdimensional predators I was interacting with. I wanted more protection and more security, so I wanted to get... The reason I went into ceremonial magic was for a banishing ritual. So I explored all the various different techniques of banishing, and then I created and constructed my own banishing ritual. And after using that banishing ritual for about a year is when I had the experience of what you might call a Kundalini Awakening. And that felt like electricity, or that buzzing sensation that I talk about quite often, moving up and down my spine. Yeah, so one day, I cast my banishing ritual, and as I was giving the 3 keys, I was getting this like waves of energy moving up and down my spine, and I stopped. And I was like, what the fuck was that? The Banishing Ritual consists of 6 keys, so I do the banishing in 6 different directions. So as I was turning, every time that I was doing the Banishing Ritual, I was getting that sensation. So at some point it became really intense, and I was like, okay, I need to be serious. So I went outside and I lay down on the ground and I continued the Banishing Ritual in my mind, changing direction. And with the final key, it felt like my spine was being pulled apart, like I was hanging upside down and I was being pulled, stretched. My spine was being stretched apart. It was very intense, not painful, not pleasant either, very intense. The temperature was like 0 degrees Celsius, so it was very fucking cold, middle of winter. And I went into like a half awake, half asleep state, and I saw visions of myself being tied to a bed, and then there were these masked women who came and tattooed markings all over me. And when they were done, they untied me, and I said, "What is this about?" And they said, "You paid for this." And then I became conscious, and I saw that like 3 or 4 hours had passed, that I'd been laying there feeling like my spine was being pulled apart for like 3 or 4 hours. In hindsight, I look back and I realized that these were guides. Even if they weren't my guides, they had come to put the markings of protection that I was trying to create for myself, or I was trying to earn for myself. They were coming to put those things into me so that I could have that shielding or that protection that I'd been looking for or trying to create, protection from the monster in the cell phone and the force pig and all of the other strange astral creatures that I'd encountered, the negative ones. So that is what I identify as the Kundalini Awakening. I hear all these strange things about what the Kundalini Awakening is, but when I actually talk to other serious magicians and I ask them what do they consider to be the Kundalini Awakening, and they describe it to me, it sounds exactly like what I went through. The vision's different, but the physical sensations and physical experience being the same. That electrical buzzing along the spine, up and down, during ritual or ceremony. So yeah, I've become quite convinced that that is what is the Kundalini. It's pure creative energy is what it is. So I get that same channeling when I make music. I get that same buzzing in my spine when I make music. I get the same thing when I during a sexual encounter. So yeah, I identify that is the Kundalini is pure creative energy. And even when you look at Oriental traditions, it's that creative life force that is underneath, that is like the potential for it exists in us, but it lies dormant underneath the energy body. It does come up when we are creative, it does come up when we are sexually involved. What the point is when they say Kundalini Awakening is when you allow that energy to channel itself all the way through your crown and connect with the cosmos, and vice versa, where the cosmos can connect with you all the way through your energy into your root. The root it's only open when it trusts in divine energy. When it trusts in your ideal self is when the root is redeemed, when it is secure. Otherwise it lives in stress, and it lives in fear of not having enough, of not being enough, of not having needs set, like animals, constantly trying to eat things, constantly concerned about their security. So when that creative energy can ascend through all of the creative, through all of the energetic spheres and connect with the cosmos and vice versa, then it is no longer living in that place, because you can trust in your ideal aspect to keep you secure. You don't have to hustle all the time. You can trust in the flow of energy that you give out and the flow of energy that you receive, that there will be always enough for your physical body. And even if there isn't, then that is a lesson. That is a divine lesson that is evolving you so that you need less. Because, I mean, if you split an atom, things explode. It creates an explosion. So every single atom has a huge amount of explosive power in it. And we eat fuck tons of atoms when we consume a meal. we don't really need all of that energy in order to sustain the amount of action that we take and our lifestyles. Our bodies can absorb progressively more and more energy. That's where the wisdom in fasting comes from. That's why people experience such profound breakthroughs when they do regular fasting, is because they're training their bodies to take in more energy from less food. Sexual activity and creative energy, sexual and creative energy are the same. So you don't engage in much sexual activity, that's unfortunate. Sexual activity does bring that creative energy up. It does summon it up. Tantric Ritual is a process of allowing it to move through for more and more of your energy centers. So instead of having sex or pleasuring yourself for the sake of gratification and pleasure, to engage in that current and to summon that energy for the sake of worshipping the divine, for the sake of connecting with the cosmos, and then not actually arriving at climax, to just be sensual with yourself and experience your pleasure, and not going to the climax, just experiencing all of that and contemplating the blockages that come up. Like if you have thoughts or emotions that come up during the process that derail your sexual energy, that seem to push it down or derail it, then looking at the root of that, and where does that thought come from and what experience is that rooted in, because that's a blockage in an energy center. Work through that blockage and you ascend, you move it up into a new energy center, and then you'll have to deal with the same thing there. Thoughts and emotions will come in that derail the process, and once again you will have to work through it in order to allow it to move to the next energy center. It's a process that can take years. It has taken me years, and I've only really gotten this far. So when the Kundalini is active, it pushes through all the blockages. When you are summoning up that energy, it can push through the blockages. You can make it push through the blockages, but it's only a temporary. It only temporarily opens the channels. When the Kundalini energy subsides, the channels get clogged up again. So once you can experience what it's like for that energy center to be functioning correctly, then you can make efforts in your daily life to bring it into more alignment. And that's what these enchanted stones are about. They're symbolic. They're like markers, placeholders for the work that I've done in each center. And I've only come in the years that I've been doing this, I've only come as far as the heart. I'm still stuck here. I still have a lot of work here, and when I do Tantric Ritual, this is where I struggle the most. To get it to go past this point is very difficult. So, Sindel says, wow, that sounds wow. Thank you for sharing your experience and journey. Yeah, I have that happen for some time. Lots of energy and buzzing. Incredible. I don't engage in much sexual activity these days, so I hope it's ascending to higher centers. There is always this loud buzzing in my head. I engaged in lots of sexual activity, but I don't feel much need for it. That is good. There shouldn't be a need for it. It should be something that you choose because you can. A way to express your devotion to your ideal self, your ideal character, and the cosmos and the universe that you live in. The fact that you are a micro image of the universe. Expressing your appreciation for it. And it doesn't have to look like sexual activity. Tantra is specifically regarding sex magic, sexual currents. But it can also look like creative activity. You can create an art piece or start an art project that is dedicated to your ideal self, or dedicated to that cosmic connection and the energy that you feel moving through you. There are many ways that you can express your gratitude and further your connection. Milton says the Uncanny Valley effect is being frightened of something that looks too much like a human being but isn't. It's one of my favorite psychological principles. It's really strange, Milton. because I don't really know of anything that looks human that isn't, except drawings and 3D models, and maybe, I guess the uncanny valley effect would be seen with Sophia the robot. People have this like really nervous energy with Sophia, and I guess that's because she looks and behaves very human, but it's very obvious that she is an artificial creation and she's not human. So I guess that's where it applies. Screwing into people's love lives, you know, they just keep coming back till you give them whatever answer they want, not try to put it out on the mood. It can be fun sometimes. That doesn't make much sense to me, sorry. For Uncanny Valley, Exclaim says you can see it with some robots built in Japan. Yeah, that does make sense. Okay, is there anything left in this cup? Yes, there is. So Victoria, before I close the stream today, I'm going to be summoning some healing currents, a Reiki energy, and doing healing. If you would like to receive those healing currents, whether you are online or offline, please speak this enchantment. Bara Viko Net M Jota. Bara Viko Net M Jota. Speak it out loud and you will connect to this enchanted stone here, which will become a representation of you and anyone else. So anything that I direct at the stone, you will feel it. And that will be healing, Reiki healing. I was looking for your answer about animals, Exclaim, and I got a little distracted. I can't test it right now because I'm doing math at the same time, but I'll try tomorrow if you're online. But usually I have to stay a little moment with the person physically. I see. If you don't mind me saying, self-limiting belief. I mean, that's not an accusation. We all have limitations, and it's real. You know, if you believe you're not capable of something, it's very real, and it's hard to convince yourself that you're actually capable of more. And the only way to break that limitation is to experiment and try, and progressively as you have successes, you'll move closer. Exclaim says, I was asking just in case if you were seeing some blockages with the Scrying Divination. Asking about what? Oh, you wanted to have a look. You wanted me to have a look in the scrying bowl, to see what you could do to connect with spirit animals clearer. Well, I can do that for you, Exclaim. No problem. I can definitely do that for you. I would do some readings for others, but these others didn't have the patience to sit around and listen to me talk about myself. And Exclaim, I'm not going to be live tomorrow. I will be live again on Friday for tarot. We'll do 3 hours of tarot on Friday and Sunday. But yeah, I'm going to look into those scrying waters. Now this is something that's fun. This question is fun. I like what you're asking me here. How can you evolve your ability to connect and see people's spirit animals? That is freaking cool. Yes, Exclaim, that is my name. The one written on YouTube. And also on Facebook and on Twitter and on LinkedIn. And everywhere except on Twitch, to be honest. I guess I'll put it in the description later. I'll put it in my description, my bio. So, Something else I want to just mention that I think might be interesting to you guys is that when I moved back into this house, so I grew up in this house, spent several years here in my childhood. When I was 20, I inherited this house. My parents are still alive, but there are multiple buildings on this property, and they decided to give this one to me. When I moved back into this house, after I'd been here alone for a few months, about a month, a spirit moved in. Or maybe it had been here, maybe it was living here before I got here, or maybe I got here first, I don't know. But this thing is like a poltergeist. It can physically affect the environment. It has a lot of energy. When I see it or feel it move around, I can feel its energy in my physical body. It's like, that's what it does. Sounds like wrapping fingers. And since I heard it, so I heard it in this house for the first time and interacted with it. When I heard the rapping, I rapped back and it rapped. So rapping on the floor, it sounded like it was coming from underneath the house at first. So then I would tap on the floor and do it back, and then it would do it back, and we would like communicate like that. Yeah, it's still here. It was here last night. It seems to only start making sounds, it only starts to make its presence known after 1 a.m. in the morning. It doesn't speak until then. Okay, that's not true. There have been periods where it is spoken much earlier in the day. And by spoken, I mean making that rapping sound. And it moves very quickly. Like, you'll hear the rapping here, and then you'll hear the rapping there, and then there, and sometimes it sounds like it's coming from inside the mattress. Like, I'll wake up and it's like inside the mattress underneath me. There are always certain thoughts that come with it, certain thought trains and thought patterns. And whenever I hear it, I can feel its energy. There's a lot of energy. But since I've met it, since I started communicating with it here in this house, like 3 or 4 years ago, 3 years ago, since then, actually 2017, so 2017, 2018, to 2019, 2020, to 2021, 2022, 5 years. It's no longer just here. If I take a walk to the neighbors, if I go and visit the neighbors after a certain hour, it'll be there. If I go to Cape Town, it'll be there. It's wherever I go now. It's not just here in the house anymore. Maybe he's trying to do some back rubbing or something. The most impact he's had on the physical environment that I've been aware of is like rapping on the floor, and then there where he's rapping, there's like pieces of paper and stuff that's like moving around and swirling, as if there was something stirring there, or as if the fingers were actually rapping there. And I want to take this mic into the bedroom, or yeah, I maybe just leave it recording through the night so that I can capture that sound. Yeah, maybe I can capture it on video, but since that experience, I've put some distance between us. Because with that experience where there was actually shit moving around, it was scary for my partner, and it was disturbing. It was in the middle of the fucking night, disturbing, and yeah, I was like, that's a boundary, and it didn't stop, so I took action. I started to put up barriers, and I started to do my Banishing Ritual, and I've put distance between us since then. No longer do I hear it in the mattress, no longer is it right next to me. Other places, other rooms in the house that I hear it. it reminds me a lot of Coraline. You know, in Coraline there's that mother, the other mother, and once she reveals her true form, then she like wraps her fingers on the table. When she does that in the movie, I get like a certain energy from it, and it's the same kind of energy that I get from this creature. I don't know if you guys have watched the movie Sinister, but in the first movie Sinister, when you see Mr. Boogie's reflection in the water for the first time, there's also like a frequency that comes off of it, and it's a similar kind of energy. I have done readings for people, Blackwater Scrying, where they saw a face in a vision and they wanted to know more about it, and when I gazed into the scrying ball, I saw the face that they were talking about. It was like a grey pale face with one big eye and one small eye, and pointed ears, and like hair, but like flat hair that came with this like cape over the front, with this big weird looking grin. And as I saw that face in the scrying water, I got the same kind of energy from it. But lately, what I've been most interested in is finding what the source of this is. So I thought it must have a physical fetish, it must have like a physical obelisk that it's bound to. But this house was empty when I moved in. It was completely empty. And it wasn't here when I was a child. And I never heard it until I moved back in here. So I've been struggling to identify what it's connected to, what event or what physical thing is it connected to. Karin Joshua, and that's how you pronounce my name. But I'm going to look into the scrying ball for you now, exclaim. Let's open a gate to exclaim's reality. How can he form a better connection with his intuitive ability to identify spirit animals and spirit guides? So the first thing I see is a loudspeaker phone. You know those like things that look like a gun? It's like this big, I don't know what they're called, but you like speak into it and you press the button to activate it and you speak into the back and it projects your voice. One of those. see what looks like an obsidian slab, like an altar made of obsidian, but on the altar is a piece of technology. It doesn't look like anything we know of, any kind of... It's like a box, a white box, and it has like another box on top of it, and there are little windows on this top section. Please remember these images in case I forget them. I see a man trying to fly with artificial wings. He's got like these two kind of like airplane wings, and he's like flapping them with his arms. But he's falling, it's not really holding him up. I see a man and this black shadow that are moving closer together until they are one, until the man becomes shaded like a silhouette. So I will interpret these images now. The first one was the megaphone, and that is saying that there are magical tools that, while they're not required, they will help you develop your intuition and your ability to connect with people's spirit guides and spirit animals, and more, way more than you could even imagine right now. To start experimenting or incorporating various divination tools can help amplify your reach, basically, into the spirit realms. And the obsidian altar, it was like a block, and it kind of looked like an altar, like here's my altar. This altar was an obsidian block, and it had a piece of technology on it, and this technology had little windows in it. And basically what this is saying is that developing your spiritual practice, or adopting one and moving into one, will give you multiple perspectives to look from. So instead of just looking from one perspective, looking from multiple perspectives, multiple tools, multiple, like earlier I was saying, don't only rely on your intuition, rely also on your logical analysis, and rely also on your emotional urges and tugs. So multiple perspectives can help you form a clearer picture. Also, incorporating divination tools, multiple divination tools, and experimenting with it will expand your reach into the spirit realms. Altar, A-L-T-A-R, like this, altar. And then I saw a man flapping with artificial wings, and it wasn't holding him up. So basically this is saying that the knowledge you currently have and the resources you currently have are not yet well enough developed to carry you where you want to go. So that is, whatever you're doing with your life, trying to use divination, trying to reach out for financial opportunity, all of the things that you do in your life, the tools and the knowledge and the experience and the resources you have at your disposal are they're still underdeveloped. They haven't been finished yet. So trying to use them to fly freely, you're not quite ready for that. Focus on developing your tools and improving your knowledge, and experimenting and growing your resources before attempting to fly, because trying to fly with limited resources, you're going to fall. And then what was the last thing that I saw? Integrating your shadow. So finding the parts of yourself that you don't like, that you hide. We all wear masks, so there are certain parts of ourselves that we don't like, and when we see those things in other people, it triggers us and it brings up a strong emotional reaction. So to do shadow work and to go into yourself and find your shadow and accept it and integrate with it, like accept it as part of yourself, and realizing that once you can accept the parts of yourself you don't like, you can make a change there. So that's what you're doing right now as work. Yes, integrating your shadow. So that will help you. Once you have integrated more of your shadow, you will have your intuitive abilities will develop, and you'll find you can do more with them than before. Incorporating divination tools will expand your reach into the spiritual realm. Focusing on your practice and your belief and your path, working with that will give you new perspectives, allow you to look at things from multiple perspectives, like we saw with the altar and the technology with windows on it. Looking at it from multiple perspectives, using that emotional tug, using the critical analysis plus intuition, and the more you develop in your practices and your abilities, the more perspectives you will acquire. The more perspectives you have, the more complete your image will be. And then, there was that warning saying what's going on right now is you're trying to fly with your resources as they currently are, but there are too many limits. The technology, the knowledge, the resource isn't at its potential yet, so keep building its potential, keep learning, keep practicing before you attempt to fly freely with it. And then lastly, it was saying integrating your shadow and doing the work that you're currently doing will also help you develop in your intuition and your magical ability. Now, to interpret your die cast, the numbers on the die add up to 8. So what 8 is saying to me is that you need to identify what it is that you want from life, or you do already know what you want from life, but what you need to identify now is who you have to become and what's going to be required of you in order to see your desire realized for yourself. To see the lifestyle and the reality that you want, who do you need to become in order to have that? Because there's a specific character that lives that ideal life. So you need to become that. You need to let go of things that don't serve you, old habits, old lifestyle that doesn't serve that vision. Let go of it so you can move from where you are into who you need to be. I'm going to check my rune stones now. To get a new perspective on the die cast. The markings are wearing thin, but I'm going to, it looks like it's definitely the Firestone. Firestone again. So what this is saying, this is going back to your resources, saying take small baby steps. Every step that you take, you're going to overcome your limitations. Every step you take, you will learn more. Every step you take comes with more experiences. So your resources develop. What you have at your disposal, your knowledge and your technology and your finances, everything grows with every step you take. So take small steps for now. As you take steps, you'll be able to take bigger steps. Don't try and leap and run when you can hardly walk. That's basically what it's saying there. Living in what you're passionate about. just like we saw with the 8, making shifts to become who you need to be in order to see your desires realized, living within your passions. You're passionate about educating people, maybe? You're passionate about whatever it is you're passionate about. Walk in that and apply your resources to that, but take baby steps. Don't try and run when you can hardly walk. Don't try and fly when you can't yet run, basically, is what that's saying. Beautiful. Altar, not Alatar. And then earlier Victoria was asking me, or Vic was asking me about how I developed the Blackwater Scrying. So basically I was just laying here in the lounge, lounging, and I was looking into the corner. So I have some trophies from dance sport. I used to be a competitive dancer, so I have some trophies, and they were on the shelf, and I was just like looking into the corner next to where the trophies are. I was just like gazing there and zoning and thinking, and in the corner of my eye I saw an image in the reflection on the trophy, on one of them, in the trophy cup. I saw this like image. I thought, that's very interesting. But I didn't pay much attention, and as I was staring there, the image began to morph again into something else. So I started to take note, I started to look at it and pay attention to what I was seeing, and the symbols made sense. They seemed to be directly related to what I was thinking, as if there was something else communicating with me, like answering things that were going on in my head, answering me. So that's how I got into scrying. After that I started doing more research into scrying, and I didn't have a black mirror, so the next best thing was black water, and to use the darkened waters as a mirror. And that's how the scrying developed for me. Exclaim says, I'll keep you in touch with the animas. I have to go. Have a nice day. Victoria said, so at some point you realized your gift. I think if you do it, if you lay in one spot staring at a black mirror, you will also start to see visions. The more you do it, the easier it becomes. The more you do research into dream interpretation, the easier it'll be to interpret the visions that you see when you are scrying. So it's something that is inherent in all of us, I believe. It just takes, you just got to commit to actually developing it. Like any skill, you can pick up an instrument right now and start learning to play it. You might not be able to make any good sounds on it, but the more you commit to it and the more you practice, the easier it gets. It's the same with anything. Vic says, I was reading a book called Magic Lessons and they talked about black mirrors in it. Interesting. What book is that, Magic Lessons? Who's it by? Because I'd be interested to look it up. Victoria, is there anything you would like to manifest into your life? Because I'm about ready to cast a spell. I'd like to cast one for Exclaim too, but he's busy and he's got to go. So if he pops back in again later, then we'll ask him. But let me know, because I'm ready to cast a spell. It's a book about a generation of witches. Well, I will be looking it up, Magic Lessons. So the kind of spell that I want to cast now, it is Chaos Magic inspired. Don't know if you know much about Chaos Magic, but you can do some research on it. A book that you can look into or research is Liber Null and the Psychonaut, as well as Liber Chaos. Both are by Peter J. Carroll. Then there's also Condensed Chaos by Phil Hine. These are some good starting resources for Chaos Magic research. But basically what we want to do is create a servitor. When you want to manifest something, the first step is to visualize it, right? You visualize your outcome. You visualize the reality you want. And then you see what means you can take to get there, and you consider what resistances you might face and what solutions you could come up with in order to get there. And this is a lot of different frequencies. These are a lot of energetic frequencies. If I take a hammer and I hit it against the wall, I'll make a dent. So when you do this visualization and all these contemplations, it's like hitting a hammer against reality. You make a dent. You make this visualization that you're seeing in your mind, you make it a little bit more likely to become reality. You dent reality. But we want to punch a hole between where we are and what we desire. So the servitor or the sigil, what we do is we collect all of those frequencies and we bring it down into a single point of focus that we can put all of our energy into, and that punches a hole. So the servitor kind of acts like a nail. Put the nail against the wall and then hit it with a hammer and it goes through. So that's what we want to do with the servitor. That's what we can do with Chaos Magic. We collapse realities into symbols so that we can empower them, so we can punch a hole between where we are and where we want to be. But yeah, is there anything you'd like to manifest? Any gifts you want to develop? Anything you would like? Anything at all? If you'd like a spell, what I need is your desire and your birth date. Not the year, just the month and the day. And that way I can fetch you a key that is unique to you. I'll just need to know your element. That's why I need your month and date. You've been through a dark night of the soul, kind of in a limbo. So I'm guessing integrating shadow and picking up pieces, doing hard labor work. Okay. So what would you like to see as the resolution to all of that work? What is the destination? If your birthday was the 12th of Feb, you've just recently had your birthday. Feeling energy in your body, seeing lots of angel numbers. I look forward to greater awakening or something. Okay, so I think a good question that I can ask you then is, what does it look like to be awakened? What does it look like to make the breakthrough? do you have superpowers as a result? Would you like to? Would you like to have something to show? Would you like to have something unique to show? Psychics, psionics, so energy shift, you're saying. I guess with a dark night of the soul or limbo, the energy frequency is very low, full of hopelessness and depression and fear and loneliness. And you're saying energy shift, so I guess what you're saying there is you'd like to move into a higher frequency. You'd like to be in a more wholesome, liberated state of being, feeling more joy, feeling more productive, feeling more hopeful, more content, more humble and more graceful, more compassionate, more empathetic, more discerning, more self-aware. Okay, I'm just gonna give you an intuitive affirmation then, according to what I think or what my spirit is saying will work for you. Greater mental freedom, and perhaps find my spiritual gifts and do some humanitarian work, finding life's purpose. Bingo! Exactly along the lines of what I was thinking. My affirmation was something like, I am integrating with my ideal character and realizing my true spiritual and mental potential. I don't feel like you're asking for too much. I feel like you're not asking for enough. But this is beautiful. Because your ideal self is the proper functioning of all of your energy centers, and each one corresponds with different things. Like the root, when that is functioning properly, you have abundance at the tip of your fingers. Manifestations of wealth and abundance just come easily, and the flow is perfect. When the creative center is functioning properly, your sex life and your creative potential is endless. You're content and satisfied. With the Manipura and the solar plexus sphere, when that is functioning properly, you are authoritative and your will is limitless. Anything that you step out to accomplish, you accomplish. And power, like physical energy and power, the ability to affect the physical world, starts to come naturally, and so on and so forth with each energy center moving into its alignment. So come your gifts. And when they're all working together, that is liberation, that is freedom. Freedom from suffering, freedom from fear, freedom from shame, freedom from guilt and pride, freedom from hatred and rage, freedom from lies and self-deceit, freedom from illusion, freedom from self-pity. I am aligning with my ideal aspect. And realizing my spiritual potential. please speak it out loud. I am aligning with my ideal aspects and realizing my spiritual potential. So mote it be. I'm going to call on the planetary frequency of Saturn to bring more clarity and structure to the process for you, as Saturn corresponds with structure and order. You are an air sign. So this is you, this is your key as an air sign. That number is 4. So what that key is, what that numerological key is for you, 11 is saying, step out towards your purpose, step into the unknown. And that is quite synchronous with your scrying session earlier, where the tunnel was the unknown, stepping into the left-hand path, basically stepping onto your own road, finding your own way, walking in a direction that no one else has walked before, learning through your own errors, learning from them. So, to expand on purpose, because air corresponds with purpose and intuition, so purpose, when you have a desire and you apply your will to accomplish it, when they are working together, will and desire, that is purpose. So, desire is like a track, and will is the train that rides on the track. The track decides where the train is going. The track desire decides where will is going, what will is operating towards. So when they're working together, that is purpose. When the train is traveling on the track, that is purpose. So 11 is like a gateway, 2 pillars. So you're standing at the gateway. The gateway is your desire. And in the distance there's a light. That light is also your desire. It's the destination. The desire is both the gateway to your destination and it is the destination. But between the gateway and the light is just darkness. You cannot see what is between you and the outcome. So what 11 is saying to you is step out anyway, apply your will to your desire, step into purpose regardless of that darkness, because your intuition and your creative potential that lies within you is a light of its own. So every step that you take towards your destination, you will light up the path in front of you. You will be your light, and you will see anything that is in the road in front of you, and as you encounter obstacles, you will be able to overcome them, and as you encounter blessings, you will be able to receive them. And yeah, that's your key, basically saying to you, step, put one foot in front of the other towards what it is that you desire. And that, thank you for the follow. I'm not sure who that is, but thank you. Every step that you take will light up the way, and your desire is to do with your spiritual gifts and freedom. So walk towards it. Incorporate practices as you believe they are necessary. If it doesn't work for you, if it doesn't bring you development in your spiritual gifts, and it doesn't bring you freedom or liberation, then throw it away and try something else, because the road is dark. So it is about trial and error. You just got to try things, and if they don't work, let go of them and try something new. Yeah, step forward is what that key is saying to you. And then we want to bring Saturn in. So now I'm going to choose certain letters from your affirmation to bring into your servitor, and that key and Saturn. A I S P A I S P. A I P, yeah, A I P, I'll leave out S. So emotional energy powers metaphysical technology the way that electricity powers mundane physical technology. To summon up the kind of emotional energy the intensity of emotional energy that I'd like to summon up for a spell cast like this is time consuming. So I do it in advance. I summon energy and capture it in a potion. Which is that jar over there. There are 3 symbolic ingredients in that jar. Rainwater, to represent the emotional energy, pure emotional energy. Fruit seeds, because seeds are little capsules that have the potential for great abundance and life and growth. So the fruit seeds are like a symbol of a container, a space where huge amounts of energy and potential can be housed. And the 3rd ingredient is intentions. It's ashes from a page, much like this, with intentions written on it. And so I create a transmutation circle with chalk, I draw it, and I put the symbolic ingredients in the 3 corners of the triangle. So 1 being water, 1 being air, 1 being fire. So air, actually no, not air, fire for intentions, earth, seeds, potential, capsule, battery space, and water, emotion. I sit in the center of that and I summon up, I relive all of my most intense emotional experiences and I tap into that emotion and I feel it in my body and I keep building up that emotional energy until I'm feeling that Kundalini energy, that buzzing up and down my spine. And when I feel that, I start to speak the enchantments and putting the ingredients together and channeling that energy through breath work into the fetish. And yeah, there we have it. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take of that energy now and I'm going to apply it to your servitor to punch that hole between the reality where you are and the reality where you want to be. So here is your servitor. I want you to take a screenshot. Screenshot him and draw him out. And then you want to visualize him every now and then. So when you're doing things that are in the spheres of what you're trying to create, so when you're adapting a new practice in order to develop your spiritual gifts or to find liberation, then visualize him. When you find a practice or something you've incorporated isn't working and you've got an attachment to it and you feel frustrated and you don't want to let it go, visualize him, because he's alive. We're going to bring him to life now, and he's a living creature that is like a spirit guide or a familiar, and what his purpose is to make sure that you move from where you are into where you want to be. So that is to make sure that your intuition grows and make sure that the things that you're choosing are there to teach you how to get to where you want to be. Learning to let go of things that don't work is part of it, so there will be times when there are failures, but failures are instrumental to the process of finding success. Basically, yes, he is there to make sure you get what we are casting for. Bria sanada fekana no motu. Ia masiaka. 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 Ia masiaka Anama, Esu, Ruach Malakai, Anama, Amin. Now, the page here is reality. The physical page is reality, where you currently exist, a symbol of it. And the affirmation and the servitor and the symbols here on the page are your desired changes that you wish to make to that reality. And this flame here is your intention, our intention. So we're going to take our intentions and we're going to transform reality in accordance with our desires, in accordance with our will. Your spell. When you get what you want, or what we cast for, please remember your mage. Remember to give him a tip and help him meet his goals. I need to use the toilet. And I want to get myself a glass of water, my water jar. Thank you in advance for doing this. I will remember you always. Thank you. That can stay there for now. I'm sure I'll do some more scrying. While the chat is inactive. I feel as if I've been hugged and comforted and guided and helped by Spirit through you, so thank you. You're most welcome. And yeah, that's kind of what we're trying to do here. We're trying to allow the Spirit to work, and provide healing and provide guidance, to share what the Spirit has given to me, because when energy is stagnated or hoarded, it's taken away. So I must allow the energy to flow. Energy needs to flow. And yeah, I'm gonna do some Reiki on this stone, so anyone who spoke the enchantment, Bara Viko Net M Jota, can receive the healing current. Sutta Kalyamana Esa. Ki ibranana mataver. Sojona, Jude, Juda. Kita media Yesu. Mo protana akene. Kari manutaro. Tilia secina. Mosita. Bruno bara. Piliana masana viti. Korea brifa. Lacha Korea brifa. Isijina anama. Amin. Brisina nocciata. Bucolio. Karimana fliak. Inimaja. Inimaja. We are productive, we are prosperous. We are satiated, accepting, and content. We are humble, we are graceful, and we are enduring. We are cautious, we are compassionate, we are understanding. We are honest, we are tactful, we demonstrate truth by our action. We are discerning, we are self-aware, we are disillusioned. liberation. We are freedom. We are the subjective reflected upon the objective. We are manifestation. Sanga Makalina Botono Amapshitibisha Siara Inama Isu. Amen. I love robots. Gemini. Welcome. How have I been? Progressively more magnificent and fantastic with every passing moment. Thank you for asking. Hope the same applies to you. I mean, last week was absolutely terrible. Monday and Tuesday very difficult as well. Sunday, Monday and Tuesday, but progressively better with each day. What makes it terrible? You know, you have to make your day good, you have to claim it. So when I say it was terrible and difficult, I mean it was hard to do that. It was hard to get out of the low vibes and the low frequency of feeling hopeless and stagnant and uncertain. It was hard to banish those frequencies. And the only way I really know how to cope with that is to literally just keep moving forward, keep putting one foot in front of the other, keep fulfilling responsibilities, keep creating, and so that's what I do. I just keep moving forward. And yeah, things do get better. I do start feeling better. So Victoria, if you're still here, earlier you asked me to talk about myself and my journey, and things I've been through, how I came to be where I am, and I answered all of those questions, and I'm really curious about you. Do you want to talk about yourself? Tell me something about you, because I'd love to hear. And that applies to anybody in the chat. If you want to, anyone viewing, if you want to talk about yourselves, or tell me something interesting, I'm all ears. I'd love to hear it. I'm also still offering scrying and still offering spells. I just did some healing now. Maybe I'll do it again. Ah, not Victoria, Vikram. Thank you for letting me know. There are a lot of you guys. Vics, V's, Victorias. There's like 2 Victorias subscribed to this channel, and there's a Mr. V, well not a Mr. V, but just V. And there's you, Vic. It can get a little confusing sometimes. Nothing much interesting. I doubt that's the case. Nothing that seems interesting to you, but I think from my perspective, or from the perspective of someone else, we might think it's very interesting. Did Did you grow up in the city? Or did you grow up in the country, in rural areas? In a small city. Do you like that lifestyle? Do you enjoy living in the city? And everything that comes with it? I find I can't bear it very much. I was born in Cape Town. I lived there until I was 7. Before moving on to this farm here, where I am now. I was only here for a few years before moving again, and going north to some other cities, and then going further north to Harare in Zimbabwe, living in that city. And I guess I adapted and I enjoyed it. I started to enjoy the convenience and the social aspect of it, being able to get involved in clubs and not clubs, like groups. I don't mean like dance clubs or nightclubs, I mean like chess clubs and social clubs, dance clubs. But as I get older, I start to enjoy the city less. Like, I'll go to Cape Town and I can only bear it for so long before I'm like, I need to get the fuck out of here. I need to go back to the farm, to the wilderness and the forest where everything is quiet and peaceful. Farm in a village nearby. I was born in India, but I've been here in Australia for more than 10 years. I was born in a tiny city, not like a metropolitan. Yeah, it's a whole different reality. Like, even during lockdown, nothing really changed in this valley. Everybody went on the same as before. We couldn't buy cigarette products, tobacco products, so we started growing tobacco. We couldn't buy alcohol, so we started making wine and beer. And you know, nothing really changed here. Nobody wore masks. Everyone was still visiting everybody. Nobody got sick. No one here got COVID. And you go into town for whatever reason, and it's like laws, wear a mask, sanitize your hands. It's like a whole different fucking crazy reality. It's like, where have you guys been going? None of this is really that necessary. Everybody doesn't have to be living on top of each other like this. Something that really intrigues me is how people are very interested in tarot, but they're not interested in other forms of divination. They're not interested in spells. They're not interested in magic in general. They're just interested in cards. It's kind of sad, because the cards are a tool. They're like a training ground. There's so much more to magic. There's so much more to intuition. The cards are like a little box where, like a kiddie's playground for training. And that's all anyone's interested in on the internet. I mean, it will change. I just need to be consistent and do this regularly. Every Wednesday, do this. And people will start to see the value that's here to be offered. Like, there's always growth. You know, today I got 1 new follower, so that's growth. That's 1 more follower than I had yesterday. And more than that, you and Exclaim and who was it that was here earlier to get Scrying? Nina. You guys are all learning things and growing and receiving the healing energies and learning about yourselves. And you guys teach me as well. Vic says, spell sounds interesting, it sounds amazing. Well, we did one for you, Vic, just earlier. I feel you can bring elements together. I did try that, like last week, last couple of weeks, last month, February, I was trying to incorporate all the practices together. But if I do anything other than tarot, my viewers drop, like, dramatically. So I was doing spellcasting, scrying, and tarot, Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and Sunday. And my viewers were like today, like quiet. Hardly anyone watching. When I do tarot alone, then my viewers go up to like 10, 11, 15 at once. But as soon as I bring something else in, another magical element, then everyone just no interest. So I'm taking a new strategy. I took Monday out of the picture and I decided I'm going to dedicate Monday to my own crafts, my own practices, particularly music and visual art, drawing and composing. So Monday and Tuesday I'm going to be working on that. Like I did yesterday, I made some nice progress with one of the tracks I'm busy putting together. And Monday I started working on that. And then Wednesday I'll do this 4-hour stream where I incorporate all the elements beside tarot. And then on Fridays and Sundays I'll do tarot exclusively. New strategy. I'm going to keep it up for a month and see what it does. If it works out, great, I'll keep it. If it doesn't work out, I'll shift things again next month. Yeah, singing is amazing. If you enjoy singing, you should like sing all the time. I don't mean like constantly singing, I mean like when you're showering. Practice, see if you can sing higher. Try and open your voice more each time. Sing lower, sing higher. Just push yourself. I play the guitar, I play the piano, and I'm a vocalist. And I guess I'm a producer now as well, producing my own music. What I have got uploaded, so my partner and I, we have like a band or a duo that's called Nightbirds. You can find us on YouTube. Nightbirds is on YouTube. But what we've uploaded there so far is kind of amateur. It's recorded with a cell phone camera and a cell phone mic. Nothing professional just yet. We go out. We like go out and we sit in a park, or we sit on a pier, or we just go somewhere public and we just make music together. And we record ourselves with a cell phone. But we are also working on producing our own tracks at home with our studio mic. I'd like to finish 1 track per week so that I can have an album in a month, basically, or 2 months, and release my album. When I'm putting all these different tracks on top of each other, it gets time consuming, it takes long. When I'm making a beat and I'm adding piano tracks and I'm adding multiple guitar tracks and vocal tracks, it gets time consuming. But I can just record solo guitar tracks quickly, lots of them. So that's something I want to do on the side while I'm working on my, like, as professional as I can, productions. And I want to simultaneously record some basic guitar tracks to put in the background of my stream and in the background of other streamers. Make it available as background music, you know, so that I get some reach and exposure to various audiences. by the time I have my first studio track, I want to already have one stream album, like 1 hour worth of various guitaring, solo guitaring, so people can download that. Anyone who sees the video of the track that I release, the studio track, can also incorporate the stream music if they need it or want it. I hope things will pick up and someone will find us here on YouTube or on Facebook or on Twitch or anywhere, because we've still got an hour. I enjoy, well, I don't know if I enjoy it, but something that I make a habit of is checking out other streamers who do similar things. I mean, there isn't really anyone who does similar things, but there are other tarot streamers. So I search for tarot streamers, I search for Magick, I search for all these things, but I don't find them. I only find things related to tarot. So I search for tarot streamers and I look at how they do things and what they've got set up, and I learn from them. I ask them for readings if they're giving away free readings. I send them a tip if they are willing to give me a reading. But yeah, I just check out how they do things, what elements they have on screen, what works for them, see what I can incorporate, see what improves my situation. Wishing me the best of luck. Thank you very much, Vic, and wishing you the same. Wishing you wealth and prosperity beyond measure, beyond your dreams. So mote it be. And thank you for your recognition. A lot of talents and interesting things going on. I hope that you are inspired. I hope that this inspires you to tap into your potential and your talents and start applying them and growing within them. Maybe you'd like to play a game, Vic, since you're the only one interacting. Maybe you'd like to play with the pendulum. This thing will give yes or no answers. So you can ask it just about any question. If you know the answer to it, all the better. That's what I mean by a game. You can ask it questions that you know the answer to and see if it answers truly. You can ask it questions that you don't know the answer to as well, if you'd like. So when I calibrate this, I ask it questions that I know the answer to, and then I see how it swings. And I say, okay, I know the answer to that question is yes. Do I have milk in the fridge? Right now I know there's no milk in the fridge, so you get the drift. And I see which way it swings, and I say, oh, that means no. And I ask it something I know the answer to, like, are there lights in this room, or am I wearing makeup? Then yes. That the way it swings when I ask that question. It's a yes. Cool. So you want to know, will you stay in your current work? On behalf of the one known as Vic, will he stay in his current work? So it's a back and forth swing, which is a yes. It's giving a forward rotation, like a clockwise rotation, and I interpret that as like there's more abundance here than you realize. There's more for you in this. More opportunity, more growth, more abundance than you realize. The clockwise rotation also indicates that what you're currently doing, the way you're currently doing things, the way you currently operate in the workspace, that's what secures you within the work. When it's an anti-clockwise with a yes, then it's saying there's risk. Things are not as they seem, but it's clockwise. They say you can also use a pendulum to find things. You can ask it a question and follow it. When it swings in a direction, then you can walk in that direction and keep following the swing, and it will lead you to what you're looking for. But I haven't tried it for that purpose yet. When I have lost things, I consult with the black water. When by losing things I mean things that have gone missing, where I knew where it was and it's not there anymore, stolen essentially, then I look to see who took it and who is it, and it will show me something that lets me know where it is or who took it. So Vic, did you know the answer to that question? Did you know if you were going to stay in your current work or if you were going to switch? That would be very helpful. Using the pendulum to find things, using the black water to find things, yeah, it is a unique and unfair advantage, kind of. You had a feeling that you might stay and do something alongside. So I guess the pendulum just gave you confirmation in that. What advice do the spirits have for Vic regarding the side hustle? Completion, the number is 10, the number on the dice is 10, so it's saying what that implies is that whatever you invest your time and energy into and your resources into, you will reap the harvest. It's like sowing seeds in a field. They will grow and you will get a harvest from it. So you've got to commit to it though. You know, when you plant a seed, it takes time for it to grow. You can't like sow the seed and expect immediately to receive a harvest. Basically what that is saying is go ahead, whatever you start, whatever project you start, wherever you invest your time and energy, you will see a harvest in time. So it's worthwhile doing it. Runestones. Water. this is, when I take the runestone out, it just gives me a little bit more perspective on the die cast. So when I take these numbers into consideration with water, because water is symbolic of emotion, it's saying reflect on your emotional being, reflect on your triggers and your glimmers. So when you're in the workspace, or when you have tried to start side hustles in the past, what kind of events or what happenings bring up difficult emotions for you, and how do you respond? So if you feel fear of failure, do you abandon what you started? If you're feeling resentment in the workspace, do you do or say something spiteful? Just reflecting on it, you want to see where you've reacted negatively to your emotions, and you also want to acknowledge the places where you did well, where you felt a difficult emotion, but you chose to do something constructive or push through towards your goals, and how that impacted your reality. Did that lead to breakthrough? Did that lead to growth? And the point of this self-reflection, reflecting on both your mishaps or mistakes as well as your breakthroughs, is so that as you step into this new cycle where you're starting a new side hustle or starting a new side project, you can avoid repeating your mistakes from the past, and you can reapply your methods to find breakthrough. And yeah, that's what those numbers are saying with your runestone. Hope that it's valuable for you. Hope that it's applicable. Advice that you can actually apply. I should put that stone back in the bag before it gets lost. I'm going to share this stream out. Maybe bring some new people in. I'm glad that it was applicable to you. been considering how I can get like viewer counter on the screen, so the audience can see how many people are viewing the stream, the same as me. But it seems to be a lot harder than it should be. Like, I can see collectively from all the different platforms how many people are viewing the stream, but the elements that I have at my disposal, I can only put one platform at a time. Like, I can put YouTube there, I can put Facebook there, I can put Twitch there individually. I can't put like a collective counter. Yeah. I guess as a workaround I must just do that. Just put the 3 main platforms up. We are actually on 5 platforms. We're on Twitter, Twitch, YouTube, Facebook, and LinkedIn. But there is 1 viewer on Twitch and 1 viewer on YouTube. So we only have 2 viewers. And it seems like the Twitch viewer we've got is just viewing. Just watching. Not really interacting. Sindel Mais, welcome back. Thanks for joining us again. Sorry about earlier, but I'm definitely keen to look into the waters on your behalf. I don't remember what your question was. Just reconfirm and I'll go ahead and do that. I can do pendulum reading for you. I can read the dice numerological reading for you. I can look into the waters for you. Now, we had a comment, as you can see in the chat, there is a comment from Sindel Mais on Facebook. Earlier, Sindel, you asked me what's happening here today, and yeah, as the title suggests, we are casting spells, doing Reiki healing, and scrying with the water, doing other forms of divination. Hey Vic, just by the way, I do upload articles and other kinds of content on my social platforms. I write articles on Magick mostly, my experiences, experiments. I upload like little spells every now and then that people can try out. Useful little spells and enchantments. So please feel free to, give me a follow on my social platforms. All the links are in the description. You might find something else of value. Hey Sindel, so what we're doing today is various other magical practices. As the title suggests, we're doing spellcasting, we're doing Reiki healing, and we're doing black water scrying. So scrying is another form of divination. Tarot reading is a form of divination. Pendulum reading is a form of divination. So we're doing everything else. That's what Wednesdays are now dedicated to, is doing everything else besides tarot. All the other things that I can offer. I mean, it's not everything that I can offer. It's just the things that I thought about it for a while, and I was like, what else can I incorporate into live streams? What other offerings can I incorporate? And yeah, so this is it. These are the other things that I can incorporate. We're also doing numerological readings with a die. So we roll the dice and we interpret the numbers on the dice numerologically. I think earlier when you came in, Sindel, you asked me a question. I'd be happy to answer your question, but please confirm it. Let me know what it was, and I will answer it for you. And we're also just chatting, if you've got questions, you want me to answer some things about me, if you've been curious, we can chat as well, bounce some ideas, you can talk about your experiences. Cool. So we use these divination tools we've got here to answer your question. Excuse me for a moment, I'm busy sharing this the stream because it's been very quiet today, so I'm sharing it out, hoping to bring in a new audience. Okay, so you want to know if you're going to be getting a job in March. Cool. We will ask the pendulum what it has to say on that topic. On behalf of Sindel, will she get a job in March? Pendulum is answering you yes. That back and forward motion is a yes. It's also giving a clockwise rotation, which is interesting. The clockwise rotation is saying to me that it's going to be more than you're hoping for. It's going to be more than you expect. Thank you so much, Vic. Every little bit counts. Thank you so much for helping me meet my goals. But yeah, Sindel, this is saying that you are... It's going to be more than you anticipate. More than you're hoping for. Yes, you will get a job in March. Yes, it's going to be more than you're hoping for. Let's see what else we can get for you. $13. It's going to be a complete rebirth for you, Sindel. yeah, whatever you're stepping into in March, whatever this job looks like, the whole old way of living, your whole old lifestyle is going to fall away as you step into a whole new cycle, like a whole new version of you, a whole new version of life is going to be born, and the old is going to fall away. And that might seem a bit scary as it's happening, as you notice it's happening, as things are falling away. It might seem like things are ending, but the truth is things are beginning. And let's get some more clarity for you from the rune stones. What new perspective can this grant? And thank you for tagging someone, Sindel, for tagging someone you think might get some value out of the stream. We have a firestone here, the firestone. So, that is saying reflect. The new perspective this is giving on the numbers here is reflect on what you desire, reflect on your intentions, and reflect on what you're passionate about. Because what this job that is coming for you is within that parameter. It's according to your passions, the things that you're passionate about. And what it wants, this reflection, the point of it is so that you can take responsibility for past mistakes as well as past successes. So you want to reflect back on previous jobs that you've had, whether or not that was aligned with what you're passionate about and what you desire. What your intentions were when you got that job, what it was the intention. Like, was it to secure yourself financially? Was it to impress someone? What was it about? Was it authentic? You just want to reflect so you can avoid repeating mistakes from the past. So when you lost your job, try and see what part of that was you were responsible for. Now, there's always unforeseen events, but there's also always something that we always have a part to play. When things fall away or we lose things, we always have a part to play in it. Even if it seems like it was the universe's decision, something we chose or something we reacted to does play a part. So yeah, it's saying reflect on that, notice where you made mistakes in the past, notice where you made breakthroughs, so you can reapply those as you go into this new job, in this rebirth in March. Yeah, you want to avoid whatever it is that you've done in the past that is sabotage job opportunities, and you also want to take responsibility for the things that you did that were valuable, your unique advantages when it comes to working in your preferred field or whatever it is that you might be trying to manifest for yourself, so that when you step into this new job you can apply all those methods for success and see yourself in success. Beautiful. So excited. I'm glad that you found something applicable here. Valuable and applicable. If you have anything you'd like healing for, you can speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota, and then any healing energies that I have summoned already and that I will still summon and channel through this symbolic fetish here, you will receive it as well. But yeah, you have to speak the enchantment out loud. That's like your consent to receive the energy. And then also feel free to chat. If you've ever been curious about me or my life or anything, feel free. And if there's anything interesting going on in your life and you want to just like bounce it back and forth, maybe get another perspective, talk about it. Feel free to, please. Your tummy has been hurting for a month. Yikes, that's quite a while to have stomach cramps. We'll see what we can do about that. I'll probably do a little bit more healing at the end of the stream, but you will still receive the currents that I've already summoned and the healing that I've already done today by speaking the enchantment. Bara Viko Net M Jota. Yes, please do say it, Vic. Please say it out loud. And you're welcome, Sindel. Thank you for joining us. Even though it's towards the end, you know, I'm here for the people that come in. Even if it's only like 3 people, which it has been. You guys are here to receive it. Bara Viko Net M Jota. Go. It's on screen now. No problem, and thank you, Vic. I think I'm going to start a poll to find out if viewers watch the stream through their cell phone or their laptop. Find out which platforms. It'd be interesting to know, because it completely changes the dynamic. If you're watching from a cell phone and you have to leave the stream in order to interact with the other links. If you're watching on the PC, you can open other links in other tabs and you don't have to leave the stream. But from what I gather so far is that Twitch streamers are typically watching on their computers and everybody else seems to be watching on their cell phone on the other channels. On the clock. I would essentially go on longer than 4 hours. The reason I chose 4 hours specifically is because LinkedIn doesn't allow videos that are bigger than 4 hours, longer than 4 hours. So if I go longer than that, it just gets cut off at the 4-hour mark. All the other platforms stay live, but LinkedIn cuts it off at 4 hours. So I thought, hey, I'll work with that. If something comes up and I decide to stay on longer, then so be it. We'll sacrifice that extra time on LinkedIn. But I haven't had the need to do that just yet. 4 hours seems to be plenty time. Welcome to my new viewer. We are doing water scrying, we're doing pendulum readings, we're doing numerological readings with the dice, we're doing Reiki healing, to consent for healing energies for the Reiki. Bara Viko Net M Jota, speaking the enchantment out loud, will connect you. And also spellcasting. And for the spellcasting, what I need is your element, so your zodiac sign, basically the day and month of your birth, as well as your desire, what it is that you want to manifest, and we can do it for you. You're also welcome to just chat with me, or to even just watch. It's entirely up to you. Catch you soon. Thank you very much, Vic. We'll see you again, hopefully. I'm sure I'll see you on Friday. Peace upon you, friend. Sendel Mais was complaining about some issues, some gut health issues. So here, as we're getting close to the end of the stream, and since the chat is empty at the moment, I'm going to go ahead and do some healing for that. But basically there's a symbol carved into this rock, and the symbol corresponds to that enchantment. Bara Viko Net M Jota. So speaking the enchantment, this becomes a symbol of you. And then quantum entanglement, any energy that I give to this fetish or this enchanted item, you receive as well. And thank you, Sindel. Thank you. The energy needs to flow, so thank you for being here to receive the flow. Sacral Masanati Indu Visa Manacadera. Fisha. Iyanama. Wachmiya Kalapatina. Thank you, whoever that was. Vasya Makanavaso Ruach Anama Isu. Amen. Exclaim, welcome back. Wow man, you're online. I've been thinking about what you've said to me and it made a lot of sense. Tell me more. Amazing. Thank you so much, Vico. Vic sent me a donation or tip. Much appreciation and thanks to you, Vic. Much appreciation and thanks. Jelena, welcome back. Thank you so much for joining me, and you can still receive the healing energy that I summoned today by speaking the enchantment Bara Vico Net M Jota. And let's have a look. I mean, we've still got 15 minutes. I can still do a reading for you. We're doing unique divination today. We're doing scrying in the black waters, pendulum, wherever it is there, and numerology. I always like stutter on that word. Numerology with the dice and rune stones to expand on the dice. So yeah, I am having a good day. Thank you. With every moment, I feel more fantastic and more aligned. Last week was very difficult, and yeah, very difficult. And by difficult I mean there are suppressive, hopeless feelings, and I know and I acknowledge that it's up to me to make a day good, make the day a good day. So when I say difficult, I mean it's difficult to get out of that state of hopelessness and actually do something that brings me joy. But the only way I know how to cope is to do things, to clean up, to do washing, to do dishes, cook, make music. So just putting one foot in front of the other, and things do get better the more I push forward. So Exclaim, please tell me more. Please expand on what specifically you're talking about. Are we talking about when we were just communicating and just like chatting, or are you talking about when I looked into the scrying waters for you? Or are you talking, yeah, tell me. Jelena says we do the same thing, just keep moving forward. Clean up, move that stagnant energy away. Well done. But let me know, Jelena, if I can if I can gaze into the scrying ball for you, but I do need to close that curtain because the sun is like hitting the water directly, and that's gonna do no good for my ability to scry. Your daughter's smiling. Cute. Yeah, I was just saying I can do a reading for you if you like, because you were saying you missed it. You didn't really. You're still in time. I can still do some scrying for you. I can still do a pendulum reading for you. Well, based on whatever you ask me, I'll choose intuitively which tools to use. We did the spell, but it's not moving forward, it's going back. Yeah, everything seems to be going backwards. This whole last month, February was like backtrack, deluxe. Everything seemed to go backwards, but yeah, things are not what they seem, so I don't try not to focus on what seems to be going backwards, because good new beginnings always look like painful endings. So he shut down, you back away, that's probably very healthy. But let's see. Open a gateway to Jelena and show me the progress of the spell that we have cast. The first thing that I see is a tree. It's a young tree. It's not a sapling, it's a big tree, and like I can't really, there's nothing to compare it to, but it's not a small tree, it's a grown tree, but it could still grow much, much bigger. I see somebody walking onto a diving board. They're climbing a ladder to a diving board. Sometimes it takes me a while to see the images shift, or make sense of what I'm seeing in the shift. I see a woman dancing, fire dancing. She's got burning balls of fire on the ends of chains, and she's swinging it while she's dancing. images morph and distort. I don't think I'm going to get any more. So, Jelena, as I interpret these images for you, the first one, what was the first one? The tree. So basically that is saying the spell we cast, it was like a seed, and it's growing. It has grown. It's no longer a small thing anymore, it's quite big, but it's still gonna get much bigger. It still has a long way to go, but its progress is slow. Like a tree, it takes a long time to grow. The progress and the change it's affecting is slow, and it takes time. So patience. The second thing I see, a diving board, somebody climbing up to a diving board. That's both of you in the situation. Both of you are about to take a leap of faith into a new journey, into a new karmic period. The whole old way is going to die. The whole old relationship needs to be laid to rest. There has to be an ending. Like I was saying, new beginnings always look like endings, painful endings. So this end has to happen, and this new beginning has to happen. You have to take this leap of faith into the new beginning. And the third thing that I saw was a woman dancing with fire. So that's you. You're dancing with fire. You're dancing with your passions. You're dancing with your desires. Like you said, you've taken a step back. You're stepping into yourself, focusing on yourself rather than on the relationship. You see he's shut down, so you're separating. You're looking at your family, what you're passionate about, what your desires are, what your dreams are, and you're dancing with that. There is the risk of getting burned, but you're dancing anyway. There is the risk of failure, but you're doing it anyway because it's what you're passionate about. And the last image that the last image that I saw, did I see more than that? 1, 2, 3, no, that's all that I saw. And now looking at your dice to see the numbers there, they add up to 10. Okay, so what that is saying is everything that you invest into, you're going to receive. So everything that you've invested into the relationship, both positive and negative, is going to come full circle. So all of the support you've given, all of the advice you've given, all of the patience you've given, all of that you're going to receive as well. But everything else, everything that's been difficult, toxic, or anything that's been negative or selfish is also going to come back, just to be aware of it. It also wants to say to you, invest in your passions, like we saw you dancing with the things that you're passionate about. Continue, take up those things. Invest your time, invest your energy into it, because you will see it, abundance come out of it. Everything you invest will grow, and you will reap a harvest from it. Wanna get you a rune stone as well to give me new perspective, another perspective on that die cast. Fire. I only seem to be drawing fire and water out of here today. Firestone. So this is saying reflect on your passions. We're seeing a lot of passion in this reading. You focusing on your passions, dancing with fire, sowing seeds into what you're passionate about. So this is saying, with this firestone, it's again talking about passions and intentions, but this time it's saying reflect on it. Have a look at your intentions when you've done anything in the past, all the things that you've done, all the creative projects you've set out into, all the relationships you've been in. What were your intentions there? Were they selfish intentions? Were they selfless intentions? And just reflecting on it and contemplating, asking yourself these questions. Again, when it comes to your passions, reflect on it. When you've stepped out and tried to exist in your passions and things happen in your environment, did you react to them positively or negatively? Did you allow the environment to sabotage your efforts to exist in your passions or manifest your desires? Or did you find creative solutions to overcome and make breakthroughs? And the point of this self-reflection is to take responsibility for both. You want to take responsibility for the times that you did have negative intentions or you did make mistakes, and you want to take responsibility for the times that you did well, that you were constructive, that you were creative, and you made breakthroughs, so that you, as you go into this new cycle, because we saw you having a rebirth, taking a leap of faith, as you leap into this new period, you can reapply your methods for success and find those breakthroughs again, and you can avoid repeating mistakes that you've made in the past. And welcome Kylie, thank you for joining us today. Welcome Stoned Epiphany. I'm not doing tarot today. It's not too late, not at all. And we are doing scrying, pendulum reading, spell casting, numerology, Reiki healing. We're doing everything else besides the tarot. So feel free to join for any of those things. You don't have to put a hashtag down. If you're gonna just like type hashtag spell for spell. If you want healing, all you have to do is speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota, and that will connect you to all of the healing currents that I've already summoned today. And if I summon energies again, you will receive those as well. So Bara Viko Net M Jota to receive the healing energies that I've already conjured and will conjure. Hashtag scrying. Cool. And Kylie, you're welcome to join. Just let me know what you want me to do for you. Would you like scrying? Would you like pendulum? Would you like... Actually, just let me know. The numerology option, basically I just roll the dice and then give you a reading based on the numbers on the dice. And I take a rune stone to give me additional perspective on that. But we will do that with the scrying. I will use the die cast to help me connect to your frequency and your energy. Then I will do the scrying and I will interpret the numbers when I'm finished scrying. Yeah, but I need to use the toilet quickly. I'm going to go and pee. And then I'll be with you guys. And Kylie, you just got to let me know if you want general or... Okay, numerology. Cool. Alright, so I'm going to do Stoned Epiphany first because Stoned Epiphany joined the chat a little bit earlier than you, Kylie, and you'll be up after Stoned Epiphany. Okay, so let's open a gate in the inner sea. Opening a gate to Stoned Epiphany and Crafty. Oh, you have a question. Okay, I'll wait for your question. Thank you so much. Much appreciation and thanks. Every seed that you sow, you will reap 100-fold, 777-fold. So, Stoned Epiphany, I'm waiting for your question if you still want to include it. Cool. When will my person understand the magnitude of what he has done to me and us? Or what should I do to point us in the right direction for healing from this? Okay. Jenny, welcome. Yes, of course you can get into the queue. Yeah, no problem. Kylie, what is scry reading? So basically, have you ever... I'm sure you've seen in like television and series, you've seen people use crystal balls to see visions. That's basically what scrying is. That is scrying. But I don't have a crystal ball, so I use this bowl of black water, and it works just as well. So we got Stoned Epiphany, we got Kylie, and we got Jenny. So you can watch now, Kylie, and see what scrying is. What should Stoned Epiphany be doing to help her person understand the magnitude of what he's done? And how can she point them in the right direction? What guidance do the spirits have? Open a gateway into Crafty's life and show us what we need to see. I will interpret those numbers on the die once I've seen the visions in the water. So interesting, the first thing that I see is Hey, which is a Hebrew letter. Hebrew alphabet has meaning, like a tarot card. I will interpret for you. Sometimes it takes me a while to make sense of what's going on. There is a bottle on a table, and there seems to be some kind of form, some kind of figure coming out of it, kind of like smoke. There are sparks. There's a one spark in this smoke, and the smoke is kind of like the shape of a person, and the spark is where the person's head would be. Please remember these images, because sometimes I forget. I see two planets orbiting each other in a circle. I don't know what planets they are. I don't think there are any planets that we know. I see a staircase. But it's broken. It's like a wooden staircase and some of the stairs are missing. Okay, so I'm going to interpret these for you now. The first one, Hey, the Hebrew character. Hey is... it's symbolic of resources. It's symbolic of examples. It's like reaching your maximum potential based on the things that you know. What this means, as I see it in here relating to your question, is that he is trying to do more than he is capable of. He's trying to reach further than what his knowledge can take him. He's also, his role models, or some of them, are not healthy examples. So he's embodying these characters that are not actually healthy or good for him to be embodying. These characters can come from his family life, family influences. They can come from television and other media. But the characters that he is idolizing are not good examples, basically. And he's trying to do more. This relationship is him trying to do more than what he's actually capable of with his current knowledge and his current experience. The second image that I saw was a bottle. And this bottle was full of black liquid and there was black smoke coming out of it. So this is talking about his emotional vessel. It is infected. It is full of shadows. The bottle is housing his emotions, and they're things like fear and shame. It's like infected with fear and shame and pride and hatred. And these things are coming out of past relationships. They're wounds in his energy center from past relationships, both friendships and romantic relationships and family relationships. All of these things have had impacts on his energetic body that he hasn't dealt with. So it's resulting in this like morphed, warped character, this like sickly character that's based on things like shame and fear and guilt and pride and frustration, instead of existing out of a place of compassion and health and productivity and acceptance and humility. He's feeling all of these difficult, painful feelings and then reacting to them. So his character has become like a perpetual reaction to difficult emotions. The emotions are governing his personality instead of him governing his personality. Instead of his purpose and his spirit and his desires, instead of those healthy things governing his character, his wounds, his emotional traumas are governing his character. The third image that I saw was two planets orbiting each other. So this is talking about you both. It's saying that all of these things are applying to both of you. Now, you might look at him and say all of these things that he's done are hurting your relationship and they're hurting you, and all these reactions, but every time that he reacts to his difficult emotions and he does something shameful, or he does something based in fear, or he does something spiteful, then you react to that. So you're perpetuating the cycle of shadows and reactions. It's just going round and round in a circle as you're orbiting one another. You've got to break that cycle by doing something constructive and something productive and something creative despite what he does. If he is reacting to something in his emotional body, a trauma, and he's saying something spiteful, or he's doing something based in shame or fear or pride, and that triggers something in you, don't react to it. Choose to speak constructively and do something creative regardless of the experience. That's how you start breaking that cycle. You want to know how you can move yourself in the right direction? That's how. And the broken staircase, so your direction of moving upwards and making progress, they are missing panels. Some of the steps are missing. So you have some idea of what steps to take, but some of them are missing, some of them are broken. It's not telling me exactly what those are, but you know what steps you've tried so far. And so the reason you can't move from one step to the next is because whatever's in between those two steps is missing. And so reflect on it, or it's broken, it's unstable. And that would mean that it's an insecurity in yourself. Like you're saying, I'm capable of holding this or doing this, when in reality you're not. And when you step on that panel, it falls through, and you go backwards instead of going forwards. So some self-reflection there. And your die cast. Arrives at 9, which is all about self-reflection. So it's saying go back to that reflection, reflecting on your past relationships. Basically 9, in relation to your question, is saying have a look at your part to play. Never mind what he's doing, never mind the things he's done to hurt you, never mind the things that he's done to hurt the relationship. Consider for a moment what you have done. What you have done to hurt the relationship, what you have done to hurt him. But not only the things that you've messed up on, also notice the things that you've done well. Notice where you've been constructive, notice where you've been supportive, notice where you've made breakthroughs, because you can take those things and you can reapply them. Those are your missing steps. Those things that you've done in the past that were beneficial and helped you, those are your missing steps. So do that self-reflection. You want to take responsibility for both, because then as you go forward, moving up the staircase, you can avoid repeating mistakes, stepping on insecure panels, and you can replace them with the things that you did that made breakthroughs, that were constructive and healing. Welcome guys, welcome back Exclaim, welcome Maya, thank you for joining again. So I've got the Firestone for you, interesting, and that when that expands on these numbers, on this numerology, basically it's saying that this relationship is evolving you, and it's evolving him. You're both making one another aware of your limitations. Like the first thing we saw in the Scrying water is that he's trying to do more than what he's capable of with his knowledge and his experience. Limitations. So being in this relationship is making him aware of those limitations, because he doesn't want to be what he is. He doesn't want to hurt you. He doesn't want to hurt the relationship. Not truly. But when he gets all of those triggers, he doesn't know how else to react to them. That's where the limitation comes in. He doesn't know how to interact with it in any other way. So that's the limitation. And you help him overcome that limitation by being a better example of how to interact with triggers and shadows. And he also makes you aware of your limitations, the holes in the staircase. He's making you aware of where your insecurities are, and the things you believed about what you're capable of and what you thought you could hold that's not necessarily true. And he's also able to hold a lot. He's able to take a lot of pressure, and when you react to him and you try and hurt him, he's able to hold it. He's able to be strong through it. So you're learning from his example, and basically you're both evolving past your limitations. This evolution brings you both closer towards what you desire authentically, even if that is not you guys in a relationship together. Even if at some point in the future you separate, this evolution process is very important for you guys as you get closer to who you are authentically and what you desire from life authentically. How will you be able to decipher between you enabling him and you being understanding and trying not to respond low vibrationally to his reactions? Okay. For me, if I validate, so if he's saying something that's justifying his actions and I validate it, and then I'm enabling. But if I start noticing, so if he's behaving spitefully and I start saying, but actually, you know, you're quite a compassionate and understanding individual underneath all of this. You're just having a moment. but I know that you are actually a compassionate and healthy individual underneath that. You're making me feel a whole lot of shit, and I want to say things that are spiteful, so I'm going to end this conversation now, because I know that underneath that you are actually compassionate and empathetic and understanding. So that's an example. That's an example of how I deal with triggering moments like that. Basically, what this is saying is that you need to become the example that you don't have. And he will learn from your example. Whether or not you separate from him or stay with him, you are still going to become one of those role models. Like we saw, his role models currently are unhealthy. So whether or not you stay in the relationship or leave, you're still going to become one of his healthy influences, one of his healthy role models. But you need to step into that role one way or another. Welcome back, Exclaim. So you said, I've asked for your animal and I saw a big red eye with a small pupil, and the word Tarsier came to mind. I don't know if it fits because in the literature it is related to monkey personality, which is very general. There are a lot of different interpretations for the monkey personality. One that comes to mind is the guide and guardian of Krishna. He had a monkey spirit guide, a monkey companion, who was a symbol of agility, flexibility, and wisdom. Also devotion and loyalty. So, it's a very interesting perspective, Exclaim. Thank you. Gives me something to consider. I'm sure that you can send links. I don't have any restrictions in my chat. Excellent. So I'm going to do a numerology reading for Kylie, but before I do that I must put the stone back in the bag. Must go back in the bag. Okay. I want to mix them up nicely. Thank you, Exclaim. I'm going to open that in a new chat quickly, in a new tab, so I don't lose it in the endless stream of chat. Stoned Epiphany, you can have a look on my Facebook. I'm actually on Discord, so Discord is the easiest, most accessible place for my price list, but you can reach out to me in a DM and I'll send it to you. It's also on Twitch, it's also on Facebook, but you might have to scroll or do some navigation through various tabs to find it. I think the easiest way to find it is either through the Discord link or to send me a DM on one of my platforms and I can send it to you directly. So what was your question, Kylie? It was to do with your person and their feelings for you? It was just general, there was no question. So these numbers are 7. So that numerology of 7, it has a whole bunch of things to say to you. Firstly, it's saying it's time to really choose that outcome. So you've already been working towards your destination, but you're not so clear on what that destination is yet. So take a moment to reflect and visualize your outcome in its entirety. Follow that visualization as far as you like. Visualize the outcome, whatever it might be. And this is to do with your life path. This is to do with your practices, your career, your spirituality, your relationships, everything. What kind of life is your end game? What do you do for a living? What kind of house do you live in? What kind of car do you drive? How many children do you have? Yeah, everything. Visualizing it all in its entirety. Having a clear idea of where the destination is. And then you can choose your course of action, your daily routine, because your future is defined by what you do today, what your schedule is today. It impacts your future directly. So you can set a list of priorities according to what's most important to that outcome. You can make your decisions whenever you face at the crossroad. You can make your decision based on, will this bring me closer to my outcome, or is it going to take me away? You can make changes and adjustments to your outcome as you go, but it's very important to have that destination in mind. Now, more than that, 7 is saying there is some overwhelm. Feeling like you've got a lot of responsibilities on your plate and it's a little bit too much to carry, it's a little bit heavy, you feel like you're going to drop it. Your plate is so piled up high, you feel like things are starting to get dropped. And that is because of the lack of priorities, or not having them in the correct order. But once you can visualize your outcome clearly, you can put your daily schedule, or your daily tasks, your weekly tasks into an order of what's most important and work on them in that order. And then lastly, number 7 wants to say to you, be flexible. When there are unforeseen events, you want to make your priorities, your highest, the things of most importance, you want to make them flexible with that unforeseen event or that unforeseen happening that the universe brought into your life. You just want to make yourself flexible with that. You can put things that are less important lower or move them to another day. As long as you are ticking off one of those most important tasks, you are still moving towards your outcome one step at a time. And now I'm going to get a rune stone for you so I can get even more understanding on that die cast for you. And we have water. So the new perspective that I'm getting with the water stone is emotional limits. You are doing the best that you can to cope with your emotions. The things that are like the overwhelm, the fear of failure, the anxiety, the hopelessness of feeling like you're never going to have a lover, or you being left behind. All of these emotions that come up, you are doing the best that you can with what you know and how much you've experienced regarding those emotions, but there are still limits, and you want to get past those limits. And so the advice that it has there for you regarding those emotional limits is to interact with other people. Like you're saying, there are so many people who have lovers and partners. Interact with them, talk to them, talk to other people who don't have lovers, other people who are in the same boat as you, in that number 7 chariot position, where you're not so sure what your outcome looks like and don't have a clear perspective of it yet, or the means to get there. So communicating with people like that, forming new connections and interacting with old connections, because everybody has their own piece of the puzzle. So as you interact and as you connect, you get more pieces of the puzzle, and it helps you get past your limits. So that is what I'm getting from the numerology of this die cast and the runestone. Almost put the die in there. Welcome, Rachel. You can get a message, of course. Kylie wants to know, is there black magic done on you? Let me have a look, find out. On behalf of Kylie, has she been hexed with black magic? That side to side swinging is a no. Okay, there's a slight anti-clockwise rotation, which is indicating that the resistances you're facing and this feeling of being cursed, you do it to yourself. you are your own worst enemy. And these emotional limitations that we saw, this lack of a clear vision of where you're going, those things are your hex. So, let me look at this cube. Jenny. You're welcome, Kylie, and thank you. Please like and share if you don't mind. Jenny and Dr. Marine want some scrying. So you guys, if you're here, please let me know. I'm gonna check out that link that Exclaim sent here. Prismal Astrology. Primal Zodiac Sign, Tarsier. Loyal, helpful, creative. Those born under the sign of Tarsier are also some of the most sensitive individuals of the Primal Zodiac. So just to give you guys some context, earlier today, Exclaim was telling me that he can pick up on people's spirit animals. So I asked him to have a look at mine and see what he came up with. And this is what he came up with. Tarsier, the monkey guide. And he sent me a little bit of info on it. Tarsiers spent much of their time lost in thought. They are both dreamers and idealists who would greatly prefer to live in an imaginary utopia rather than have to suffer through the chaos and iniquity of the real world. Sounds familiar? Tarsiers are highly sensitive both emotionally and intuitively. They take the pain of the world around them personally. In fact, they are so deeply affected by the problems of others that they can become easily overwhelmed, which can lead to depression, anxiety, and even addiction. Sounds familiar? Members of the sign have a very strong sense of justice and dedication to trust and loyalty that is unmatched among their peers. Because of their sensitive nature, it's not unusual for Tarsiers to seclude themselves from others for periods of time. Doesn't that sounds pretty familiar? This is not only time to recharge emotionally, but also to work on one of their many creative projects. All Tarsiers are artistic, though some may not exercise this part of their nature until later in life. While they are very friendly and trustworthy, Tarsiers are not particularly outgoing. Still, many people are intrigued by them, so they usually find their place in a social scene. That does not sound familiar. They play their role as the loyal and trustworthy friend and confidant. Well, though they are also known to be warriors and complainers who must take care not to allow themselves to be taken advantage of. So I want to have a look and see what month does this correspond with. What signs, what astrology does this correspond with? Pisces. Interesting. Chinese Year of the Dog. Exclaims says, I don't believe in dates because there are too many people born at the same time. For example, I've been looking for, let me start at the top. And it's not about astrology at all in my case. I don't refer to these. For example, I've been looking for my birth date, but it doesn't relate to my totem animal. I don't believe, what is in my field of interest is only the descriptions of the animal. I see. Well, thank you. I'll have to work it into my paradigm. But I see that there's no Marine and there's no Jenny. So Maya, moving on, calling Rachel Baldwin. Rachel Baldwin is here. So you just want a basic message, you don't want in-depth scrying work. I'm sure you've seen in television where mystics and witches use a crystal ball to see visions. So I don't have a crystal ball, but I've got this ball of black water which works just as well. And I can use that, or I can just roll the dice and interpret it based on its numerology. Exclaim says, and there is another thing to take into account. There are 8 species of Tasirs, and I'm pretty sure one doesn't necessarily have the exact same personality as another. Cool. For example, the leopard and jaguar are very different. Milton Knowles is back. Welcome back. Did you enjoy your day at work, or did you take a nap? Or did you go and have sex or something? Hope you enjoyed it, whatever you were doing. If I disappear from chat, like if I'm having a conversation and I suddenly disappear and don't reply, it's usually because I'm off having sex. Rachel, message from the spirits for Rachel Baldwin. Exclaim, I think you misheard me, but I love that you misheard me. So, Rachel, your guides and the spirits are saying to you, it's time to do some self-reflection. You sowed a lot of seeds of time and energy into your goals and your desires and your purpose, and you've been watering them and committing to them and growing them, and they are almost ready for harvest. You're right on the edge of completion. Everything you've put out is about to come right back to you. So what your guides want you to do is now go into reflection. Go into a little reflection. Look back to the beginning when you made all of these investments, when you took up these projects, when you set these goals for yourself. And observe the journey that you went through until where you are now. And basically what you want to do is you want to take responsibility for yourself and your part to play in all of your successes and all of your failures along the way. Everything that you did that took you away from your goals or made you backtrack, everything that you did that brought you closer and made you go through breakthroughs and reach for your destination, you want to take responsibility for all of those things so that when the seeds are ready for harvest, when your harvest is ready to be reaped, and your returns on all of your investments of time and energy and resource are coming in and you're receiving, then you step into a new cycle where you start setting new goals and you start sowing new seeds, making new investments, new commitments, setting new goals. As you do that, you can avoid the mistakes you made in your past cycles, and you can reapply your methods for success so that your growth period, the time period to see your harvest, to see your returns, is less than before. So now let's see what we can get from a new perspective once we draw a rune stone. Give us some new perspective on the diet. Waterstone. So that's saying apply emotional discipline. So they are going to be, as the universe opens up your receiving period, where it starts letting all of your investments flow back into your life, as soon as you complete your self-reflection period, that receiving period opens up. And as you go into that receiving period, there will be a lot of distractions, things that seem like promises or seem like opportunities, but they're actually false promises and false opportunities, and reaching for them doesn't really lead you anywhere. They are distractions, and they will distract you from your receiving period. They will keep your mind occupied somewhere else when you could be receiving all the value that you've been sowing. So emotional discipline, when you see these opportunities and they bring that excitement, remember to bring yourself back to center and be disciplined over your emotions. You get to decide your course of action. Don't allow your emotions to dictate your course of action. And that's what that is saying there. Yeah. No, yeah, that's the message from your guides and your spirits. I hope you find it to be applicable and valuable. Bye, exclaim. My day is pretty much done. Remember that emotional discipline ritual. Please like and share and follow if you're not already following, but I think you are. Much appreciation. Energy has to flow, you know. Thank you for being here to receive the energy flow. So Jyoti Rani, am I taking free readings? Yes, not tarot readings though. Numerology readings, pendulum readings, water scrying, spell casting, Reiki healing. These are the things we're doing today. Everything magical, everything else magical. Fridays and Sundays we will do tarot exclusively, but today we're doing everything else magical. How does Narendra currently perceive Jyoti Rani? Narendra is seeing you as an enemy. Like, everything he has to say is wrong. You know better. Your perspective is better. You're invalidating his experience, like his emotional experience is not valid. What he knows and what he's experienced spiritually, physically, his perspective, his knowledge, all of that invalid. He's feeling like you create resistance to everything that he is. So there's some advice there, and it wants to say to you, you don't have to be right all the time. You also don't have to make him feel like he's smaller than you, or that you know better. Even if you know better and you are right and he is wrong, you don't have to say that to him. You don't have to say, you're wrong, Narendra, I'm right. You don't have to do that. You can just allow him to believe what he wants to believe and do what he wants to do, and you can believe what you want to believe, and you can do what you want to do. You don't have to be right, and he doesn't have to be right. You guys there can be multiple truths. Each of you has your own unique experience. You don't have to invalidate his, and his experience doesn't have to invalidate yours. I'm gonna take a rune stone for you, so we can get some new perspective on these numbers. And what I have here is the Earthstone. So what does the Earthstone have to say? The Earthstone, what the new perspective that it's giving me is that he wants physical intimacy more than anything else. That's his main intention. That's his highest priority in this relationship. You are extremely sexy to him, and he wants to touch you, and he wants to make love to you, and that's what's most important to him at this point. So he doesn't mind you being the enemy, he doesn't mind being invalidated, he doesn't mind any of that as long as he's getting that physical intimacy. Hey Jenny, welcome back. When I called for you earlier, you weren't here. Yes, I can still get you a reading. I can still do that scrying for you, Jenny. And Leo Lunacy, is there a list? You wanted to ask if this year I'm meant to have a baby or a career. One or the other, not both. A baby kind of does put a spanner in the works for a career, at least for a little while. You slept. Cool. Did you sleep? Did you like pass out with the phone in your hand? That has happened to me, but not while watching streams or YouTube videos, while watching like movies on my cell phone. You don't have to apologize, Jenny. So, last call to join the queue for readings. Jenny wants to know person's current feelings and intentions. I'm not going to ask the scrying bowl for that. I'm not going to scry for visions for that, because it's kind of boring. Sorry, not sorry, but looking at your person's current feelings and intentions is very boring for me. So I'm just going to do a numerology. For Jenny, and then Leo Lunacy, I'll do your reading. And then, can we do a scry? Of course, Leo Lunacy, we can do a scry. We can have a look, scry for some visions for you and interpret them. How does Jenny's person perceive her? You are very self-reflective in your person's eyes. You are very quick to take responsibility for your triggers and your mess-ups. And you also don't neglect to take responsibility for your breakthroughs and your successes. You don't downplay them. You know the things that you've done that worked and that were constructive and healthy. You also know the things that you've done that are unhealthy and damaging, and you take responsibility for these things, and you're quick to self-reflect and self-acknowledge, and that is very healthy, and it is very much in your favor, Jenny. I'm taking a runestone to give me more perspective on these numbers. Firestone. So what that is saying is that he perceives you to have a lot of passion, a lot of motivation. You know what you want, and you have resources at your disposal to accomplish it. But from his perspective, it seems like you are trying to do more than what you're capable of with your knowledge, with your experiences, with your resources. So that's technology, that's finances. So you're reaching for your desire, but you're reaching a little bit too far. And he sees this leading to disaster. He sees you have a tendency to do that. You have a tendency to get so passionate about what you want that you start trying to do more than what your resources and your knowledge can actually accomplish. So the advice that number has for you is to take smaller steps. It's okay to have all of this motivation. It's great to have all of this motivation. Just be mindful on what the limits are and how much you actually know, and how much you have experienced, and what your technology can accomplish, and what your resources can accomplish. So take smaller steps, because even one baby step brings you closer to your outcome. And that's your reading, Jenny. That's what I'm getting for you from these numbers. Now we're going to scry for Leo Lunacy. And Jayoti Rani came here to ask the spirits how her person perceives her, and then she tells the spirits no, they're wrong. Jenny, you're welcome. I hope you found something applicable there. Jayoti Rani, if you know better, then why are you asking the spirits? Why are you consulting with a medium and a psychic when you know already? So, let's open a gateway into Leo Lunacy's reality. I will interpret those numbers once I've received your visions. Show us what is applicable to this question regarding career or family. The first thing that I see is a plesiosaur, kind of like the Loch Ness monster, swimming at the depths of the ocean. There seems to be a light, and he's following this light. Sometimes it takes me a moment to make sense of what I'm seeing. I see what looks like an angry dragon's head, just a head, and it looks angry. Its mouth is wide open like it's roaring, but I see it very detailed. It has like pointy elf ears. It's a white dragon. So I see kind of like a piece of the Stonehenge. It's like two pillars, and there's a big stone resting across the two pillars, and it's morphing, and now it's like the first pillar is actually a tree. Please remember these images, Leo, because sometimes I forget them. I see a seesaw. You know, like those things that go up and down on both sides you find at the park. But it's empty, it's standing still. There's no one on it. Okay, so now I'm remembering, what was the first image? It was a plesiosaur under the sea. Okay, so it was following a light. As I interpret this image, the light is hope. It's hope for something. Hope for freedom, hope for security, hope for abundance. It's the desire. It's hope for your desires to be manifested. And the plesiosaur is a deep sea dwelling creature, but most people believe they're extinct. The sea is a symbol of like adversity and chaos, struggle, pressure. So this is talking about you. It's like you have been living deep underwater, deep underwater, where nobody can even see you. It feels like it's a constant struggle. There's always something to struggle against, always something, a challenge to be overcome. But you do it, you live there because that's what's natural for you. And you do it because you're chasing after this hope for your desires, to see them realized. But the light, no matter how close you get to it, it always seems to be running away from you. What was the second thing that I saw? Do you remember Luna, Leo, lunacy, Luna, Leo? Do you remember what the second image was that I saw? Because I have forgotten. I know that the third image was it was the Stonehenge, the pillars. So this is talking about white dragon. That was the second one. So the white dragon, what I associate with that symbol is that there's a white dragon and there's a black dragon. So there's the light aspect of you and there is the shadow aspect of you. So you live mainly as the light aspect of yourself. You don't really like to see that shadow dragon, but basically what that symbol wants to say to you is that the difficult feelings that you do have, the shadow aspects that you run from, they're only there because of how powerful the white dragon is. The black dragon is only as dark as he is because of how big and powerful the white dragon is. So an example is, if you can feel vengeful hatred, it's only because of the intensity of your love, and you only that black dragon of hatred is only triggered when the things that you love are threatened. So it's polar opposites. It's like, it's not that you are evil deep inside, that you can feel so hateful and vengeful. The only reason you can feel that hatred so intensely is because you can feel love so intensely. So when the things you love are threatened, that's when that vengeance comes up and is triggered. The next image that I saw was the twin pillars, the two pillars standing and holding like a stone hedge, holding a rock. So this is saying that you and your partner are a support structure. Together you carry something very heavy. Your life is something very heavy, and it requires two in order to hold it. You couldn't have only one pillar holding this structure. It wouldn't be secure if it was just one of you. The life that you're currently carrying, it requires two. So basically this is saying that you've got to check in with your partner before you make a decision. His perspective is very important here, because if he leaves, the life that you're carrying will collapse. And then the one morphed into a tree. So it's saying one of you is home oriented, one of you wants family, not career. One of you wants to create this secure place where other creatures and other life forms can live, wants to be a home space. We already interpreted the swimming at the depths of the sea. We already interpreted the light. So the swimming at the depths of the sea was a symbol of you enduring through chaos and struggle, always overcoming new challenges, chasing after your dreams. The light being hope for your dreams. But no matter how close you seem to get or how far you chase, it always seems a little bit out of reach. The white dragon, as we saw, a seesaw that's empty. Yeah. Yeah, that one is just saying to me that no kid. It's saying no kid. It doesn't seem like that. Once everything is reflected on and everything is decided, no kid. Yeah. And that's what I'm getting from the visions. Let's look at your die cast. 5. So that's saying you are doing the best that you can with your available tools and resources. And you're feeling like having a child is outside of what those resources can support. You have a certain amount of experience, you have a certain amount of finances at your disposal and a certain level of security, but you feel like trying to bring a new child into this world is trying to push those resources beyond what you can attain. And yes, that seesaw with the empty seesaw is definitely like a forlorn, sad, regretful energy. Like every time you see kids playing in a playground, you're going to think, hey, that could have been my son. I could be the mother playing with the kids right now. Basically, there's going to be a lot of things that trigger regret and sadness for you after the abortion. But I must still grab a runestone for you, and then I can still consult with the pendulum for a clear yes or no on what's the best decision for you. Out of all the people that I know who have had abortions, it is the most traumatic and painful thing they've ever endured. But then the same thing applies to those who have had children. It is the birthing process and the pregnancy is the most traumatic and intense experience of their lives. Your runestone is the firestone. So the new perspective that this firestone is giving me is discipline. It's talking about a need for discipline regarding your desires and your intentions. It's saying that you you flip-flop back and forth between your decisions. Like, do I want this child? Do I not? Do I want it? And then you make a decision and you decide, this is what I'm going to do. And then you nap and you wake up and you're like, that's a bad decision. I'm going to choose something else. So what this new perspective is saying, that be certain about what your decision is going to be. And once you make it, stick to it. Once you make it, stick to it one way or another. There's a certain point where you will be past no return. There's like a point of no return. And you need to make your decision before then, and you need to commit to it. And then depending on what you choose, you need to commit to that outcome as well. If you choose family, you need to discipline yourself towards creating the ideal family life and becoming who you need to be for your child. And if your decision is career, you need to discipline yourself according to that. And the sacrifice of this new life must be to power that outcome. It must be to, don't like sit in stasis and then get pregnant again after going through all that pain and trauma. You get what I'm saying? Considering Leo Lunacy's authentic character, should she abort this pregnancy? That forward and backward swinging is a yes. But there is an anti-clockwise spinning. It's saying it's not what it seems. What you want right now is not what it seems. And the experience is going to be more than you bargained for. So before I close the stream, I want to cast a spell for someone. Bad. Anti-clockwise is usually detrimental. It just means not what it seems. There's opportunity for loss and pain and disappointment and all the things that we don't enjoy experiencing. That's usually what an anti-clockwise rotation implies. And that's based on experience of consulting the pendulum and then going through with, like, it says yes, do this thing, but anti-clockwise rotation, like, what does that mean? Then I go through with it and discover, oh, that's what it means. It means that it wasn't all that it seems, and yeah, ended up with disappointment or pain, more than I bargained for. We have a viewer counter of 6, so if there's anyone in the stream who would like a spell, please let me know. I'm gonna go grab my tobacco and roll a little rolly. What I'll need is your desire and your birth date. Ah, I didn't get any filters. Leo Lunacy, if you haven't already followed and liked, please do so. If anyone wants help manifesting something into their lives, I'm gonna give away one free spell. I mean, I already cast one today. I want to cast another one. Evo Lucia, welcome. It's always nice to have new faces and new names. So, I'm right at the end of the stream. I'm just about ready to close, but before I go, I'd like to cast a spell for someone. I've already cast one today. I'd like to cast another one before we end. Basically, I want to help you manifest something into your life, something you'd like to manifest, if there is anything. What I need is your desire. Beautiful. Let me know what it is. What is your dream? What are we manifesting for you? And then I'll need your birth date. I just need your zodiac, actually. So, yeah, date, like the day and the month. That's what I need. Evolucija, you have actually been here before. My mistake. When I greeted, I said it's nice to have new faces and new names, but you've actually been here before. So my mistake. But yeah, let me know what your dream looks like. I'm actively working on it. Desire, successful online creator to the extent of providing financially for me and my husband. Aries, beautiful. I fucking love that. And since I know that you're a creator now, I'm going to check out your page, check out your channel, I'm going to see what your social links are, follow you and like. But let's mint your desires. Let's punch a hole between reality where we are and the reality you desire, so that you can jump from here to there. Okay, so here's some theory for you. If you take a hammer, right, and you hit it against the wall, it'll make a dent. It's not going to go through the wall unless it's a very flimsy wall. So when we want to manifest something, we start out by visualizing that outcome. We visualize the reality we're trying to create. And then we consider means to get there. Like, you already have identified a means of how to start moving towards that reality that you're visualizing. You also contemplate your resistances and challenges you might face along the way and possible solutions to that. So when you're visualizing all of these things and you're setting yourself in motion, that's like hitting reality with a hammer. You make a dent, you make that reality more likely to become your truth. So what we're going to be doing here today with this spell, Servitor, is we're going to gather all of those frequencies, right? That visualization of the outcome. Thank you very much for that subscription. Visualization of that outcome and the means to get there and the resistances, etc. We're going to bring it all down into a single point of focus. So now instead of just hitting the wall with a hammer, we're going to put a nail there first. That's what the spell is. The spell is a finer point for the focus of all that energy, and then we hit it and it goes through. We punch through reality. And that's basically what we're going to do. So first of all, I'll put down an affirmation for you. I'm also going to bring a planet in. So based on your request, Saturn and Jupiter. Saturn is structure and order, routine, and then Jupiter is abundance and security. Yeah, wealth. So my content and my creative process has value to those who receive it. That could use some work. My content and my creative process receives value in equal proportion. Those who receive the value of my creative process return that value in equal proportion. There we go. Now I want you to speak it out loud, this affirmation. Those who receive the value of my creative process return that value in equal proportion, so mote it be. And you're an Aries, so I'm going to fetch you a key from the universe and the spirits, a key to unlock that future and that reality. Reflection, constant reflection. The numerology of that die cast talks about constant reflection. With every content that you create, reflect on it and see what you could do better, what you could improve on, and also like when you create, like when you do a stream or when you upload a video, whatever it is you're creating, have a look at what you do that makes progress, that makes success, so that you can reapply that in the next one. And when something doesn't do so well, observe it and see what did you do differently here to everywhere else. Again, that is so that you can avoid making that mistake again, so you can keep on growing, keep on doing better with every release, with every new piece of content that you create. Yeah, that is your key. Oh, we want to bring Jupiter and Saturn in here. So now I'm going to take, well, what I want you to do now is visualize your outcome. While you do that, I'm going to create your Servitor, your spell. I'm going to take that number, I'm going to take the symbols for the planets that we're bringing in, I'm going to take certain letters out of your affirmation, and I'm going to bring them all together into a single image. While I'm doing that, I want you to visualize your outcome in detail. Like, how much are you bringing in? What is your game, your end game? How much is the stream going to bring in, or your content? How many followers do you have? What kind of house are you living? What kind of lifestyle does your newfound security within this career path? What lifestyle opportunities does it open up for you? What does it bring in? What's the limit? The sky is the limit. It's okay if you grow beyond that, because you will. The universe will bring what you desire in ways that we can't even imagine, but we need to visualize it anyway. We need to let the universe know that we do have something in mind. So yeah, I want you to follow that out as far as you like. And that visualization of your outcome, follow it as far as you like. Go as big as you like. Fireball Barney, welcome. Hello people. Hello to you too, Fireball. Amanda Hyde, we are finished with readings today. In fact, yeah, the stream is done for the day. I'm casting a spell. You can stick around to see how that's done. But then I'm closing up for the day. You can join me again on Friday, or you can reach out privately. RC. Thank you for that follow. Fireball. RCVE. 9. Basically, we are capturing a reality, we're visualizing it, observing it, finding a key to unlock it, and then we're collapsing that reality down into a symbol. And then we empower that symbol with our focus and our emotions, because emotions power spells and metaphysical technology the way that electricity powers mundane physical technology. So, once we have the Servitor, we want to apply that emotional energy, just like I said. We want to apply it through our focus. Now, summoning up the kind of emotional energy that I would like to summon up in order to empower something like this, to really punch that hole in reality that we want to punch, is quite time consuming. So I do it in advance, and I capture that summoned emotional ecstasy within a potion. And you can see it there in that jar in the corner. That potion is comprised of 3 ingredients. One being rainwater, which is symbolic of the emotional current, of the pure emotional energy. Second ingredient is seeds, fruit seeds, because those seeds have the potential. They're tiny little capsules that have the potential for a giant fucking fruit tree and huge abundance. So yeah, small space that can house huge amounts of energy and potential. And then the third ingredient is intentions. Written, it's ashes from a page with intentions written on it, much like this one. And yeah, those are the three ingredients. So I create a transmutation circle. We have fire, we have earth, and we have water. And so the seeds go in the place of earth, the water goes in the place of water, and the ashes go in the place of fire. And then I sit in the transmutation circle and I relive some of my most intense emotional experiences, both positive and negative. And I tap into that emotional energy and I build it up until I can feel literal like buzzing, as if I'm being submerged in soda water. And then I begin to speak in the enchantments and put the ingredients together, and channel that energy through breath work. So I'm going to take of that now and I'm going to apply it to your spell. But Evo, this is your servitor. This is your servitor. You want to take a screenshot and visualize him every now and then, draw him out. Doesn't have to be identical. Let me get a little closer. Screenshot and then draw it out. And basically you want to include this somewhere in the occasional art piece so that it influences people as they see it. And the frequency that we have collapsed into the symbol then can influence those who interact with your creations. More than that, while you're drawing, you can visualize it, and then you'll bring all of its energies into the drawing, and you don't even have to put the symbol there itself. Well, whatever kind of art you're creating. Also, if you don't feel like you're doing well, if you feel like you're backtracking, visualize it. When you're self-reflecting, like we saw in the key, and you're seeing what you can do better, what you can do to avoid making, what you can avoid and what you can do better, again, visualize it. And basically, he's alive. We're going to bring him to life now, and he's like a familiar spirit that follows you around and makes sure that people are inclined to give value in return for the value that you deliver through your content. And to make sure that you succeed and move into that reality that we have collapsed into this image. Kitrava Mosia Anata E Anama Miliana Ruach Anama Jesu. Amen. Now, this page, this blank piece of paper, is a symbol of your reality as it currently stands, where you are currently. And the writing and the symbol is your desired changes, the changes we desire to impose on that reality. And this flame here is our intentions, your intentions and my intentions, because when two of us agree on the same outcome, it is certain. Now we're going to apply our intentions to transform reality in accordance with our desire. watch the symbol as it burns. I mean, and there's your spell. Thank you everybody who viewed today. Big thanks to those who sent tips, helping me cross off my goals and meet my goals, realize my outcome, and all the likes and follows and shares. Much appreciation, guys. Thank you so much. I'll be here again on Friday. We'll be doing tarot, exclusively tarot. Like today with spellcasting, Reiki healing, and water scrying, everything besides tarot. Now, this is not the limits on my offerings, but this is kind of what the only things that I felt like I could incorporate into a live stream. So yeah, we'll be doing tarot on Friday and Sunday, and Wednesdays we do this water scrying and all the other stuff. Anyway, wealth and prosperity beyond measure, guys. Yes, as I work towards it, I wish it upon you guys as well. So mote it be, and I'll see you in the next stream.